Good morning and welcome to you all. It is indeed very exciting to see such a scholarly camaraderie here at Satyanilayam. We have gathered here under the banner of ZETESIS, an interinstitutional annual seminar where we not only share our philosophical insights and human resources, but actively take part in addressing the pressing issues of our times through meaningful dialogues. The theme for this year's seminar is The Shadow of Power, Philosophical Perspectives on Violence and Politics. Let us begin our seminar seeking the realization of God's immanent presence in a world that is blighted with violence of various forms, and that our world is in dire need of liberation and peace.
World stands in need of liberation, it still has to feel your power. The blind, the deaf, the dumb, and the meek all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, it still has to there are those who have eyes but refuse to see the inhumanity to men. There are those who have ears but refuse the cries of agony. The world stands in need of liberation, it still has to feel your power. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the meek, all need to feel your healing touch. The voice is in need of liberation. It still has to reach. There are those who have mouths but refuse to speak against injustice that human. There are those who have mouths but refuse in love and body. The world stands in need of liberation, and it still has to feel your heart. The blind, the deaf, the dumb, and the meek all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, and it still has to.
Thank you, dear brothers. May I now request the dignitaries, Father Boniface Panna, the rector of Satyanilayam, Father Dolichan, the convener of Jnana Deepa, Father Patrick, the convener of Satyanilayam, and Father Lawrence, the principal of Sacred Heart College, Satyanilayam, to take their seats on the dais. Please join me in welcoming them with a round of applause. I request Father Francis to join the dignitaries on the dais. We have named the traditional SNJD seminar as ZETESIS. In ancient Greek, ZETESIS means to investigate, to adopt a critical attitude nourished by a fruitful skepticism, and to intend philosophy as a way of life. Now, I would like to request Father Boniface, our rector, to unfurl the banner and others gathered here to have a long, loving look at it with your hands joining together in a thunderous uproar. Thank you, dear Father. Now, I would like to invite Father Lawrence Fernandez S.J., the principal of Sacred Heart College, Satyanilayam, to welcome the gathering.
Reverend Father Boniface Panna, Rector of Satyanilayam, Father Dolichan, the staff coordinator from Jnana Deepa-Satya Father Patrick Arukarar, staff coordinator of the seminar from Satyanilayam, Father Francis D'Souza, the registrar of Satyanilayam, Father Dionysius Swa, the Jesuit provincial of Karnataka province, staff and students from Jnana Deepa-Satya and Sacred Heart College Satyanilayam, invitees, friends and guests, a very good morning to you all. It is wonderful to have you all here this morning for the third interfaculty seminar on the theme, The Shadow of Power, Philosophical Perspectives on Violence and Power. The interfaculty collaboration for the initiative of Jesuit Faculty Forum of South Asia, JFFSA, which promoted the idea of an interfaculty collaboration. The seminar is one such move in that direction. We had begun this interfaculty program much before, in the sense we began with the staff seminar many years ago. In this very place, we had an interfaculty staff seminar, Jnana Deepa and Satya Nilayam. Then we moved on for interfaculty student seminar on September 13th and 14th, 2019. We had the first interfaculty student seminar, Quest, here at Satyanilayam, reflecting on artificial intelligence. Then we had the COVID-19, which forced us to remain indoors. Then we postponed this idea of having interfaculty seminar. There is a proposal to have it online, but we realized there's a great value of formation, being together, interacting together in person. So we postponed the idea, and then Jnana Deepa took up in the last year on 25th and 26th November to conduct the second interfaculty student seminar on the theme Beyond the Binaries, Transgender Identities and Philosophical Questions. And now we are here for the third interfaculty SNJD student seminar at Satyanilayam on the theme The Shadow of Power, Philosophical Perspectives on Violence and Power. We are happy to welcome you all to this seminar here at Sacred Heart College. To begin with, I want to welcome Reverend Father Dr. Boniface Panna, our dear rector, who has been always a source of strength and support and guiding force in our all academic venture. We're delighted to have you, Father Boniface. Hearty welcome to you. Our chief speaker of the day, a little late, so in absentia, I want to say most hearty welcome to Reverend Dr. Robin Seelan, the chief speaker of the day. To introduce him, he is a research student to begin with. He did his PhD here at SNRI, then joined here as a staff. So he is our own man for a long time. So he'll be coming very soon, we hope. He is the one who's going to give keynote address. We say word of welcome when he comes over here. We want to welcome the staff and students from Jnana Deepa, Pune. Reverend Dr. Dolichan and his team are here with us. We're delighted to have you, Father Dolichan, and your team to travel from Pune to be with us for this seminar. We're delighted to have you and most welcome to you all. Jnana Deepa. I'm sure Reverend Dr. Francis Gonsalves, the president of Jnana Deepa, Reverend Dr. Nishant are watching this streaming from their own place in Pune. So thank you, Father Francis. Thank you, Father Nishant. We are delighted of your support and cooperation always extended in our interfaculty program. Thank you for watching from Pune and welcome to you as well. And all the students and staff of Pune who are watching this, most welcome to you all for this seminar online. And thank you all, dear staff and students of Satyanilayam. It is you who have played a big role in organizing, coordinating, and planning and putting every details. Very especially our dear Father Patrick, who is the staff coordinator along with his team, with Auraka Pradeep in the lead, has coordinated the entire event. So thank you and hearty welcome for the Patrick and all the student staff. We have with us Reverend Father Dionysius Was, the Jesuit provincial of Karnataka. He is someone who really fosters intellectual growth and progress, not only in province, also in existency. He is in the team of reimagining for the existence. He is a very close associate with Kosa, who is the Vice Chancellor. Therefore, we are happy to have you for the diet. Most welcome. So, my dear staff, students, invitees, friends, well-wishers, guests, very happy to have you this morning. And from last evening, Father Patrick made it clear it is the fruitfulness that matters. Fruitfulness that matters. So I'm sure we are going to have a fruitful time, a banquet of research and intellectual vigor. If I welcome each one of you for this banquet of thinking, banquet of wisdom. Welcome to you all. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Father. Welcome to you too. Now it's time for us to honor our dignitaries. I request Father Patrick to honor our dear Father Rector. Thank you, dear fathers. I request Father Tony, our minister, to honor Father Dolichan. Thank you, dear fathers. I request Father Francis to honor Father Patrick. Thank you, dear fathers. Now I would like to request Father Vinod to honor our dear Father Principal, Father Lawrence. Since Father Francis is here, you ask Patrick to honor Francis. Now I request Father Patrick to honor Father Francis. Thank you, dear fathers. Now I'd like to call upon Father Boniface Panna, S.J., Director of Satyanilayam, to address the gathering.
Reverend Father Lawrence, Principal of Sacred Heart College Satyanilayam, Father Dolichal, Convener, Coordinator of JD team, Father Patrick, Convener of Satyanilayam team, Father Francis, our Registrar, dear and Reverend Satyanilayam faculty members, and dear students, brothers and sisters. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all on behalf of Satyanilayam Sacred Heart College. It is a type of introduction to both the parties. Sacred Heart College is an institution, also an ecclesiastical faculty. As philosophy students, now we receive MA degree from Loyola College, that is Madras University, and also ecclesiastical degree BBS. So it is a type of dual degree, and in a way, we have to abide by the norms and guidelines of university. So the syllabus is in that line. This is, let us say, one institution, one part of institution academically. We also have Satyanilayam Research Institute of Philosophy and Culture, where we have research scholars obtaining PhD studies. Satyanilayam, Sacred Heart College Satyanilayam and JD, these are faculties, ecclesiastical faculties recognized by the Congregational Sacred Studies. And perhaps our Satyanilayam brothers will not be familiar with what Jnana Deepa is. Jnana Deepa is what we call papal Athenaeum. Athenaeum literally means an institution for literary and scientific studies and knowledge. Of course, in Jnana Deepa, there are various disciplines, philosophy, theology, and allied courses. And this Athenaeum is, strictly speaking, is not a Jesuit institution. But for years, Jesuits have been running the institution and the key posts they are holding. But in the faculty, we have priests from different dioceses, priests from different religious congregations, men and women. In that sense, volume is larger. Similarly, students are from dioceses, from different religious congregations. And this name, we have that famous papal seminary in the very JD campus. So Denobly is part of it. That should be clear as a Jesuit community. From there, they pursue these studies. How this forum began, I remember a few years ago we had the meeting of common house personnel. What common works we have in the assistancy, we had a meeting, and there some suggestions came. And this was one of them. That is to say, interfaculty interaction and collaboration. And interfaculty meeting of students was one of them. Maybe gradually we have to take up interfaculty staff seminars also. So this is an academic forum, and this particular forum, dear students, to express yourself. As Father Lawrence mentioned, it is the third one. And where we have this platform to intellectually equip yourself, be aware of intellectual trends, various emerging problems in the world, and we take up such things. So it is both intellectually and in a way practical way also enriching, because we have to apply what we study, what we discuss, or what we are aware of. Whenever there are the opportunities, we have to apply them in our daily life and activities. So, dear friends, it is my pleasant duty to wish well. So, my best wishes for the success as an organization, as a forum. Also, again, I repeat, no, it should bear fruits, as Patrick said yesterday, in direct or indirect ways in our daily life and mission. So, my prayers and best wishes to you all.
Thank you, dear Father Rector, for those warm wishes and prayers. It's a great honor to have Father Robin Seelan with us. May I now request our esteemed guest and today's keynote speaker, Father Robin, to take his seat among the dignitaries on the dais. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. I now request Father Patrick S.J., the convener of the seminar, to tell us about the dynamics of this year's seminar.
Father Rector, Reverend Father Boniface Panna, respected Principal, Father Lawrence Fernandez, our Registrar, Father Francis D'Souza, Father Dolichin, the convener from the Jnana Deepa path, Father Robin Seelan, our keynote address, my colleagues, and my dear friends. I welcome you all for this conference. It has been a great joy to see the fruit of this conference now taking place at this moment. It has been a meticulous planning of many months, and we are really grateful that it has slowly bearing its fruit. I would like to explain to you the dynamics of this conference that we are going to be having today. In fact, when we met Dolichan, Father Dolichan and myself, we were also discussing about what would be the right theme for thinking in today's world, especially in our country at this moment. What would be the right theme that could come up? And there were various themes that came up. And through discernment, we realize that we need to philosophize on this conflict of power and the problem of violence that is going around, not only in our country, but all over the world. And therefore, the theme of the seminar was decided as Shadows of Power, Violence, Perspective of Violence in different ways we can analyze it. As you know, violence is something which is very much part of human history. In fact, Heraclitus, the great Heraclitus, who said that man does not step in the same river twice, he was the one who always proposed war as the medium of change. There's a great quote from him that says, war is the father of all. It makes some as gods, some as men, some as free, some as slave. And therefore, violence is something which is, we talk about peace, but inherent nature of human race has also been the reality of violence. Yesterday, we had a documentary about Sri Lanka and the killing fields. And we could see the experience of power, how it tramples the people who are, what you call, not even having security, people who are unable to protect themselves. And therefore, we as philosophers, what can be our response to the power conflict that is going on in the world today? We are living in a world where people believe that power and might is right. And therefore, can we, as philosophers, as future contributors in the world, find ways of challenging this issue of power and violence? And therefore, Jnana Deepa and Satyanilayam have got together to make this seminar so that we can have a meaningful dialogue and reflection on this complex intersection of violence, genocide, politics from the interdisciplinary and philosophical viewpoint. This conference aims to dwell on historical cases, explore philosophical and social perspectives, engage in ethical debates, and analyze contemporary challenges that we are facing at this moment. In fact, this is not just an academic exercise for us, my dear friends. It is also an existential practice because we live in a world which has the manifestation of violence and power. And therefore, we need to find solutions in our own context. The conference helps us. And so, by doing this, it aspires to advance philosophical knowledge, foster critical thinking. That is what we are called for in philosophy stage, to be more critical and to understand the laws, the unconscious powers that are affecting this violence all around us. So, this SNJD seminar aims to create a platform for collaborative learning, critical thinking, and ethical discourse. By exploring historical and contemporary instances of violence and genocides and engaging in profound ethical debates, we are trying to find a collective effort of shaping a new just world, trying to find out how we can face these challenges of power and violence. So, what is the dynamics of this conference? In this conference, we are going to be having 10 research papers which are going to be presented by students. And each of these papers are prepared by two students together. And we also have one personal sharing from one of the students from Jnana Deepa to begin with and initiate this issue of power and violence. My dear friends, I welcome you to listen to these talks, listen to these papers that are presented from research background that they have spent so much time. And let us also engage in the debate. Don't just listen, but you are free to ask questions. We'll be also having panel discussions. Ask questions because only through questions can we find solution. We cannot be silent spectator. That is what Stan Swami told us. I cannot be a silent spectator. We need to be critical thinkers. We need to imitate Father Stan Swami being a critical thinker in today's India, in today's world. So therefore, I invite you, my dear friends, let us join together. Let us hope that this conference will help us to understand the concept of power and violence and what are the means to prevent the destruction of human race. I wish you all the best, my dear friends, all those who are participating, all of you are present over here, and all who are going to be watching it online. I wish you all the best, and may this conference be a fruitful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Father Patrick. It's time for us to listen to a renowned thinker, a guide to philosophical inquiry, and a professor of philosophy, Father Robin Seelan S.J. I request Scholastic Glenn to introduce the keynote speaker to us all.
In a world, an age, in a generation where generosity is supposed to be bound by prudence, where laughter is to be left outside the classroom, where in the face of violence, we casually assume that all we can do is only feel sorry for the poor, the oppressed, and the suffering. I now invite a man who goes beyond these limits in action and even in teaching, who taught us to go beyond the classroom, beyond the syllabus, and think beyond what he himself taught us. The keynote speaker for the Robin Seelam SJ. To talk about his qualifications, he completed his doctorate in 2008 from the University of Madras, titled The Problem of Evil and Its Manifestation in Two Major Religious Traditions, Hinduism and Christianity. He completed his MA in philosophy in 2001 from the University of Pune. Dissertation title Basic Prayer of Semantic Religions and Interreligious Dialogue. He is also he also did a diploma in yoga in 2011 from the Shivananda Research Center, Madurai. He is a certified yoga master. He presented papers that were titled The Coherence or the Paradox of Omnibenevolence and Panentheism. In 2016, he also presented a paper titled Humanizing and Dignifying Cultures Dialogue with Religious Utopias. 2016 February, another paper titled Beyond Religiosity, Rationality, and Relationality Critical Engagement with Ecological Crisis Today. He presented many published articles as well that were titled Christian Religious Humanitarian in Tamil Nadu, India. historical and philosophical view of the Protestant and Catholic approaches. Also published our article titled Beyond Religiosity, Rationality, and Relationality to Critical Engagement with Ecological Crisis Today. Father Robin previously worked as the professor at Arupe College, assistant professor at Arupe College of Philosophy, Zimbabwe from 2009 to 2010, assistant professor at Jnana Pune from 2010 to 2012, assistant professor at Satyanilayam, Chennai from 2012 to 2023. He was also the director of Colin Bach Research Library from 2013 to 2023. Father Robin's interests vary from academic interests, including philosophy of religion, ethics, philosophy of human person, intercultural philosophy, religious symbolism, yoga, peace and justice studies. Other interests include social issues, social outreach, alternative media, and culture based activities. Interesting to note, he was also invited by the Federation of Asian Bishops Conference, South Asian Division, to animate them in a workshop on interreligious dialogue in October 2023 in Nepal. Apart from the above mentioned contributions to the larger community, Father Robin has had a tremendous impact on all his students at Satyanilayam for the past 10 years, encouraging us to step out of our stereotype thinking, pushed us to never be satisfied with minimum, built in us an aspiration for self thought and ideas, to self evaluate and peer evaluate. And lastly, he always supported our every venture in questioning social inequalities. So, my dear gathering, please put your hands together for the keynote speaker of today, Father Robin Seelam. I kindly request Sister Vinisha to honor and felicitate Father Robin Seelan.
Good morning, everyone. The theme that I have chosen today, within the wider theme of the shadow of power philosophical perspectives on violence and politics, is beyond the scenes or beyond the scene, making sense of politics of violence. I have around 6 parts in this presentation. The first one would be a prologue, and then violence, a complex reality, explaining unnoticed violence, the paradigm of violence. The fifth one is the hidden dangers, and then the final one would be moving forward. I think in your handout, you'll also have the entire presentation. So I will not be reading out, but I will give a few comments here and there from the text itself. The entire text is around 22 pages. I think you all have it in your hands. Let me begin with a prologue and with a note of gratitude to the administration, to Father Rector Boniface Panna, the principal Father Lawrence, the registrar Father Francis, the convener Father Patrick, the student organizers, Scholastic Pradeep and team, the entire staff here. Also want to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of the presenters from Jnana Deepa, my alma mater, and from the presenters from our own institute here in Satyanilayam. Thanks to all the participants who are here. We are not here as spectators, and as Patrick rightly said, we are here as sharers of responsibility for a new world. And so, on this note of gratitude, I'd like to talk to you about something about this day. This day, in 1960, three sisters, Sister Patria, Minerva, and Maria Teresa Mirabal, they are generally known as the Mirabal sisters, they were assassinated in Dominican Republic because they stood for justice. And these sisters later became symbols of popular and feminist resistance. And honoring them, the United Nations in 1999, in its General Assembly, designated 25th November, that is tomorrow, as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence against Women. So it's so fitting that we are beginning to talk. The next 16 days, that was another project they started, 16 days of activism till December 10th when we have the Human Rights Day. This activism is to largely make people aware of the violence that is happening in the world today. And so our little efforts in this seminar is to bring to our own awareness the violence that we are facing. Friends, as I move to the second part, I invite you to become a little more aware of a complex reality in which we are in. Aristotle said humans are naturally social. But Thomas Hobbes in 1650s said, and most of us know this, contact theory. He said, fear and violence were the natural state of humans. Jean-Jacques Rousseau in 1760s, almost a century later, he said, no, we are not naturally violent, but he said that it is the environment that we grow up is what causes us to be violent. In 2016, evolutionary biologists did a series of research, and then they found out that phylogenetically we have inherited the propensity for violence, which means they mean to say from our ancestors, mainly the apes, we have this propensity, the inclination towards violence. This is who we are. And as we go on to the definition of violence, it is the intentional use of physical force of power, threatened or actual, against oneself or another person or against a group of community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death or psychological harm, maldevelopment or deprivation. This is given by United Nations. And then they give a big list of violence. As you see in this list, self-directed, interpersonal and collective. These are the three major kinds of violence. And inside which there are different kinds: suicide, self-abuse, interpersonal, family or partner or a community. In the collective comes social, political, and economic. And then it's a big research that has been done on the various kinds. But I would like to divide our project into two: visible and invisible. In ACLED, it is an index, the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project Index Index 2023, which measures around 240 countries and territories. They came up with this data. At least one incident of political violence has taken place in the past 12 months. Over 1,39,000 political violence events have taken place in this period, and it has resulted in 1,47,000 fatalities. 1 in 6 people are estimated to have been exposed to conflict so far. This data is from July, till July. 50 countries rank in the index categories for extreme, high, or turbulent violence of conflict. And I was shocked to see India ranking number 16. 27% of increase in political violence incidents has been recorded in the past 12 months. Today is the 639th day of Russian-Ukraine war. 36,000 recorded fatalities in the past year. This 36,000 must have increased today because I took this data on 3 days ago. Today is the 49th day of Israel-Hamas war. 14,000 Palestinians and Israelis in total have been killed as of 19 November. In 2017, almost 500,000 people were killed in homicides across the world. This is data from United Nations. Coming back to our country, our situation is really worse. As I said, it is in the 16th rank. And here in the Global Peace Index, India ranks 126 out of 163 countries. There is a project called Early Warning Project, which has found out that India ranks 8th highest rank among 162 countries in terms of mass atrocities. And it projected that genocide and mass atrocities would happen in India. And when these happen, these are not spontaneous. These are calculated and well planned. And as it had predicted that there will be mass killings in either in 22 or 23, we all know what happened in Manipur. In Manipur, as of September 2023, around 175 people have died since this genocide. That is visible violence. The data that I gave is there on the internet, and we have experienced it. We have read it in newspapers. But the main crux of what I want to speak today is exploring the unnoticed or the invisible violence, which normally does not get categorized into this column called violence. And so let me begin with 2 little things: structural violence and subtle violence. I'm sure all of us are familiar with structural violence. In structural violence, we have an exploitative, unjust social, political, and economic system. Racial discrimination, caste discrimination, gender discrimination are not there in people. Structural violence will never say this is violence. This is part of the structure. I mean, you need to have a hierarchy. That is the argument they would place. As a result, impoverishment, or what we call as the violence of poverty, also takes place. The worst affected are women, children, Dalits, migrants, indigenous peoples, the trans persons, and those in abject poverty. Let's move on to the next one: subtle violence. Subtle violence is like microplastics found even in our bloodstream but goes unnoticed. That is the latest research. They have found that even in our bloodstream, microplastics are there. Of course, a long time ago, we knew that microplastics is there in the fish. But today they are saying it has gone even into the human bloodstream. In subtle violence, the agenda is the same: making the other feel vulnerable, victimized, inferior, useless, and these are all done in very, very subtle ways. And thus, unnoticed violence can also be termed as subtle, because I don't really see it, but it is there. Now, in this category of subtle violence, I would like to place a few types of violence. Number one, symbolic violence. Now, what is symbolic violence? It is an unconscious acceptance of the existing contemporary social hierarchies, social inequalities, social injustice, as well as the suffering they cause as normal. This term symbolic violence is given by one sociologist called Pierre Bourdieu. And he has an elaborate section on this symbolic violence. He talks about a term called doxa, which I will be referring to in the last part of my presentation. Doxa is a word which actually tells us about all that we are. Like a sponge, I have absorbed every aspect of the social values of the society unconsciously. And so I have a very spontaneous way of saying, yes, a Brahmin is a high caste. Yes, a Dalit is a low caste. Now, where did I get this language? I got it from the social society, and that is what Pierre Bourdieu says as symbolic, as doxa. When it sort of becomes as part of me, it becomes habitus. It is to accept oppression and subjugation of the dominant group. The present secretaries might remember last year we talked about Gramsci's common sense, if you remember that. A similar concept. Common sense is that. What is common sense? All that everyone has been saying, because everyone has been saying, it is called natural or normal. So when I absorb the social settings and its hierarchies, and without taking any conscious efforts, I am entering into symbolic violence. Number two, linguistic violence. What is the linguistic violence? Look at the jokes that we crack. Some of the jokes in families outside, you'll find, oh, you are a Chandala. Even in Tamil language, when you scold someone, they use the word Chandala. Now, Chandala actually refers to a community. Now, linguistic violence is using sexist remarks, inappropriate words, humiliating and insulting verbal abuses, coercions or threats, denigrations, exclusionary constructs, hate speech. These are all linguistic violence. Even the jokes that we crack, so-called yellow jokes, some of these jokes can be very denigrating of women, of men, of transgenders. And so this is a very subtle way, but we do not realize that it is violence. Number three, epistemic violence. Silencing the other. Gayatri Spivak has this beautiful short essay called Can the Subaltern Speak? And epistemic violence became famous, this coin. All of us know epistemology, and this word comes from that. Constructing the other as incapable of possessing or producing knowledge. Today, we all use alternative medicine. Am I right? So, what is alternative medicine? Examples? Ayurveda, then Siddha, homeopathy. These are alternative to what? Alternative to what you call as the English medicine or allopathy. Now, what we mean by saying alternative is, in itself, this does not have enough or great knowledge. It's an alternative to allopathy, which came later on. Look at how the entire tables have been turned around. What came earlier were the simple herbal medicines that we all had at homes, in our kitchen, from our grandmothers. And later, when this English medicine were introduced, or the allopathic medicine was introduced, yes, it was a development, but we now consider that the knowledge system of the Ayurveda or the Siddha or the herbal medicines do not stand great. This is exactly what we are saying, epistemic violence. Now put it also to the tribal community. Do the tribals have a well-defined ontology, epistemology, metaphysics? Sure, well, it is not. Not like when you compare it to the Western standard. But why should we do that? You ask that question, why should we actually have a categorization as of the West? Unfortunately, Indian philosophy has come to that. We are thinking everything has to be categorized in terms of the Western categories. And so you consider that the Dalit community or a tribal community or an indigenous community cannot possess or cannot have the ability to grasp the knowledge that is being produced by others. And then also you superimpose one's own knowledge system. The superimposition of one's own knowledge system comes from our language, comes through language. All of us are very familiar with English language. And now when we all learned A, B, C, D, what did A stand for? A for apple. A for apple. And how many in how many of our gardens apple grows? Apple is not if you should say A for something else. I see everyday ants in my room. So A for ant. That makes more sense. But I have borrowed a language. In kindergarten, when I was a small little boy, we were taught this rhyme. Rain, rain, go away. In United Kingdom, it rains. Almost every day it rains. They have plenty of rain. Here I'm looking at the sun and saying, when will you stop shining? And I've been taught that rain, rain, go away. This is how a knowledge system is superimposed on an existing system. Fill in these blanks. The cow dash milk. Please fill the blanks. The cow. Just go and ask the cow. It will tell you whether it gives you milk. We are rascals. We go and take milk from that cow, pushing the calf away. But the knowledge system that is produced is everyone is subservient to us. The cow is here to serve us. It gives milk. You superimpose your knowledge system. You damage a given group's ability to speak and be heard. Women in the families, can they speak? No. Do they take decisions? No. Women are supposed to be subservient. This is the whole patriarchal society, and we have damaged a group's ability to speak and be heard. The Dalits, the transgenders, the indigenous peoples. Most of their voices are not heard because of this, what we call as epistemic violence, and yet it is very, very subtle. Media violence. Most of us are into media. And here, by media violence, I mean all forms of mass communication that depict the threat to use force, the act of using force, the consequence of the use of force against animate beings, including cartoon characters or other species as well as human. Research says that there is a lot of video games and cartoons which are very violent, causing aggressive behavior. Today, I do not know if you saw the news. Was it last night or today? I think last night this took place in Delhi. A boy, maybe 14 or 15 years old boy, killed another, they called him a man, but he's 18-year-old boy. In New Delhi, he killed him over a paltry sum of rupees 350. He wanted to go and buy biryani. He refused to give. So he killed him. 60 times he stabbed him. Worst part of it, after stabbing him, he danced around that dead body. It's all captured in the CCTV. Horrible. And where do you get this inspiration? The inspiration is from violent video games, violent videos, violent. And so even the depiction of Hamas and Israel, you switch on Israel TV, the way they keep on saying the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, the Palestinians are the terrorists. But the language construction, which is projected through the media, can cause immense damage. What are the media violence effects? becoming less sympathetic to victims of violence. You perceive victims as, oh, they have just not much injury, less injury has taken place, and display less empathy towards them. You become desensitized to violence over time. People have lower heart rate and blood pressure in response to real depictions of violence. We have come to a stage where we watch violent movies eating potato chips. A violent scene may actually happen, and you're no more disturbed. In fact, we even use the word, wow, good fight. A fight is bad in itself, and yet we say it's a good fight. Of course, a lot of dramatics, a lot of graphics are used, yet the concept is the problematic here. They are more likely to attend to hostile information and expect others to behave in a hostile manner. Think of situations in terms of hostility of the other. And so the moment I encounter a stranger, let's say just now I'm meeting an African, or say another country, if I meet a Pakistani. Last month I was in Nepal, and I had this opportunity to encounter the Pakistani bishop. The first time they said Pakistani, a sort of a little hiccup is there. Are they genuine? A similar pattern takes place when you meet a Chinese. The Chinese are known for their spying tactics. So the moment you meet a Chinese, you're first hostile. Friends, I think this is a very, very important thing. Do I have any hostility towards the other? Probably it is an effect of the media. I move on to my fourth presentation, the paradigm of violence. Now, this is the central part of my presentation, wherein based on what we have seen, the visible violence, the invisible or the unnoticed violence, I would like to call out what is a paradigm. And before that, let me explain to you what is a paradigm. A paradigm is an entire worldview which it exists and all of the implications that comes with it. So, in the German word Weltanschauung, we could come bring it close to this word paradigm. A paradigm is one that has a certain pattern and is affected by certain beliefs, historicity, social settings, and a hermeneutic core. It has a certain way of interpreting, and that is a paradigm. Look at the RSS. They have a paradigm. And so anything that a Christian does, last year or year before last, we were celebrating Pongal. And the RSS came up with that and said, why are the Christians celebrating Pongal? You have Christmas to celebrate, Good Friday to celebrate. Go and celebrate that. Why do you want to celebrate please note, our festival? So they are operating on a certain paradigm, a certain belief system, a certain historicity. Maybe it is not historicity, but their understanding is historicity. Today, with the NCERT proposing new syllabus, a new type of history, and they are saying history, and in the book history, Ramayana should be taught to all schools. That is the latest news. They are also saying that the word Bharat should come instead of India. Subtle ways, but there is a paradigm, a certain paradigm on which they operate. This is called paradigm. So what is the paradigm in violence that we see? The first paradigm is one of power and politics. Power. Every act of violence is an act of power and politics. What is politics? Politics is any activity in which decision making in groups and the inherent of presence of power relations is there. Power. The word power means, according to Max Weber, the chance to exercise one's will even against resistance. It is the capacity to influence, lead, dominate, or otherwise have an impact on the life and actions of others in the society. Legitimate power is given to authorities, but power is also taken up or taken by illegitimate power, like mafia or the mobs. This is Michael Foucault. Now he says that power is not vested in individuals. Power is, he says, is actually vested in the system. So he individualizes power and says it is not so much in a person as in the terms of bodies, surfaces, lights, cases. It is an arrangement whose internal mechanisms produce a relation in which individuals are caught up. Though power is in the system, it exists only when it is put into action. This is another person, Hannah Arendt, who considers violence and power are opposites. Now, please understand, very often we think someone who is violent is actually having power. She says it is violence and power are opposites because power can create, violence can only destroy. And she says violence can destroy power, it is utterly incapable of creating power. And so the paradigm of power on which violence operates is destructive. Politics built on violence, namely hatred and polarization, cannot last long. The process of violentization is another concept which Lonnie Athens gives. He's a criminologist, and he talks about this word. He has done an elaborate study of more than 1,000 prisoners. He goes to the prison and stays with them and gets their interviews, and then he comes out with these 4 stages: brutalization, belligerency, violent performances, and virulency. But in this entire process, what happens is dehumanization and impersonalization are tactics used by violent people. I often wonder, even in movies when we see, the villain is there, the villain would not go out. The villain will ask the chelas. So I always wonder, what is the mindset of these guys who go brutally kill someone and come back? What is their conscience? Reading this, I understood. For them, it is a profession. The butcher never feels conscience, never feels a form of conscience, does he? The butcher doesn't feel that he's cutting a live animal. No, it is a profession. Similarly, for these people who are around the villains, it is never a great thing. They simply go and do it because they have been dehumanized, and they also dehumanize others, as well as there is this impersonalization. In this whole process, Zygmunt Bauman is a Polish sociologist, also a philosopher. He says violence is authorized. He talks about the mass extermination, and he talks 3 things. Violence is authorized officially. What happened in Godra? Which year was that? Godra? 2002. 2002. Godra. Now, all these 3 points you just put in there and then see. Or what happened in Manipur recently. Just see, violence is authorized officially. Actions are routinized by rule-governed practices and exact specification. 1992 Babri Masjid, exactly it happened. Specifications. Victims are dehumanized by ideological definitions and indoctrinations. And so this ideological definition, they are indoctrinated. And so, Jai Shri Ram, they say, because now they think that they are doing a great thing. You remember ISIS doing mass killings? They said, Allahu Akbar. They shouted Allahu Akbar before every killing because they thought they were doing a great service to God by exterminating people. This process of violentization can be applied to the entire world group today. They want you to have fear, instill fear. And that is the purpose. Violence is done so that we all learn a lesson and be in fear. Before becoming violent, the individual of the group are instilled with feelings of enmity, hatred, frustration, and anger. The many riots that take place in India are organized, and the training to this end is given. The third, paradigm, a culture of masculinity. Just see the table. This is the paradigm that's normally given. Hey, behave like a man. Come on. Don't be effeminate. And by being a man, please understand this within quotes, being a man is to say, avoid anything feminine. You should have status and achievement. So be a big wheel, they say. Strive for status and achievement, especially in sports and work. Be a male machine. A man does not cry. So solve problems without help. Maintain emotional self-control and at all times and never show weakness to anybody. Give them help. Be aggressive. Take physical risks and be violent if necessary. So please understand, masculinity and violence are equated. This is the paradigm. In this whole idea, this process in recent studies have said, if you want to have a gendered world, which means an equal world, you need to have powerless masculinity. And that is something very, very significant for our studies. A powerless masculinity is to go against all those four categories that I said. Then there is this Robert Cannell, who also says that there are four different kinds of masculinity. The first one is hegemonic masculinity, and that is where many of us get caught up. The hegemonic masculinity is it indulges in oppression, violence, and privileges. I do not know how many of you had an experience of ragging in the college. If you had an experience of ragging in your college, I remember I had when I just joined college, I was ragged. The fellow asked me to swim on mud. That was quite a tragedy. Yeah. And we had to do that. But who asked us to do? Strong looking, well, aggressive, bullying, that type of persons. An embodiment of dominance. And so, such persons will always subjugate women and other men, especially if those men are not physically so well built as they are. The male is always considered to be virile, women fertile. The man has to have virility according to the patriarchal culture. Subordinate masculinity, number two. The male behavior has a tendency of a homosexual orientation and some values normally seen in women, caring ethos, emphasis on feelings and emotions, solidarity with feminist stances, etc. The third one, marginal masculinity. Men who are marginalized and socially excluded, they face injustice and oppression and do not have access to power. For example, Dalit men. They are also masculine, but they are called marginal masculinity. And the last one, do not have power but enjoy the privilege of the patriarchy without ever questioning the system, complacent masculinity. And I think most of us fall in the fourth category. We are not any of those three, but probably we enjoy the privilege of the patriarchy. This is the culture of masculinity, which is another paradigm that operates in both visible and subtle violence. The fourth one is reductionism, the rise of simplistic binaries. Binary is two parts of the same thing. That is binary. Without taking into account, you are a Christian, go away, you are a foreigner. Such a very simplistic understanding. All Muslims are, fill the blanks, terrorists. All Muslims are terrorists. Extremely simplistic. And so there is this pernicious ignorance, an ignorance that can cause great harm. It can cause great harm. Most of us seem to be having this pernicious ignorance, which means, first of all, you're ignorant. And then on the top of it, that ignorance can cause great harm. When I was doing my regency, and while addressing the students, boys were late. I simply made a statement. boys, are you all lame? Can you not walk fast and come? And later, I realized in that class, there was one boy who was lame. I regretted what I said. The boy was lame and he couldn't walk. I did great harm to the boy's psyche. Of course, I apologized to him. I called him in person and then expressed my regret also in public. I apologized. Things, but the damage was done. Pernicious ignorance. Great harm can be done. And today, when we make statements of women, on Dalits, on indigenous peoples, on transgenders, I think sometimes we are too simplistic. All transgenders are engaged in prostitution. Last year, when I was here, we had those transgenders learning their stories. It was very pathetic. We have heard stories of gypsies. And so, this reductionism is another paradigm that normally is found in violence. A false sense of progress. What is this false sense of progress? You engage in violence and you consider that it is an inherent part of an inalienable part of the development path. So don't question. You have to have. So you people will simply say, if you want to plant a seed, you have to dig the earth. Digging is violence. So it's not, you cannot separate it. But the politicians are very shrewd. It is violence to take sides with the rich and the elite while abandoning the poor. And many of us do that. The false sense of progress. Yes, you need to. What to do? The slums have to go away. Here in this Adayar, a lot of slums were removed and they were sent to Kannagi Nagar. Those of you who have been to this ministries, you know. They were all here once upon a time. The politicians decided and they set fire to the slum. There are 2-3 slums which they set fire. Of course, they don't tell you. And then this is another. No, you have to sacrifice. You can't have. Now we come to the next part. This is the paradigm. I want to focus on a few dangers, a few hidden dangers. The first danger is violence as a cultural motive. A culture of violence. From children's video games to the wars that we witness, there is violence everywhere. This is a dangerous trend where elimination or alienation of the other is a normal factor. You know, all of us play this passing the ball musical chair. All of us. At every round, what do? You simply eliminate. The rest of you eliminate. Now, violence is understood as a cultural motive where you have to eliminate. It is normal. You normalize violence. Some of us have this tendency to watch some movies and say, how was the movie? Oh, the movie is a documentary. What does it mean by a documentary? A documentary in which there is no dance and no fights. So you have reduced it to that. And so violence, when you normalize violence, what you do? You dehistoricize, de-individualize, and dehumanize. The other need not be a total stranger, but someone very close, a neighbor or even a sibling. There is something called intimate violence, intimate partner, spouses hitting each other, children being hit by parents. These are all intimate violence. And here, it's normal. That is the danger of normalizing. Number 2, loss of personhood. The Echaitas, which means thisness. The dog has dogness, which is called thisness of the human person will be reduced to utility. I will use you and I will throw you. Life, according to Buddhist teachings, is for the family, for the country, and for the entire humanity. And so they come up with this idea of preciousness of the human body, of the human person. And that is the loss of such thing is dangerous or precarious to the welfare of the state. Number 3, intellectual terrorism. What is intellectual terrorism? Where one thing is all the intellectuals go away, drive away. And then second one is you don't have new ideas. Who was that person who was killed in Karnataka? the journalist, Gauri Lankesh. You kill journalists, you kill writers. So you never allow them to flourish because their ideas are dangerous. My brothers and sisters, ideas are dangerous. And so in philosophy, you should also understand many of the philosophy departments in the country are being closed down. The government is frightened that new ideas may generate. And so they say they want to have philosophy only to the darshanas. So no more questioning anything. Marxism, last couple of years ago, Father Francis knows, and we had this person from the Home Secretary, Home Ministry. They came, a few of us staff members, we were here, and then the fellow wanted to visit the library, and then eventually the SNRI. So we took him to SNRI, and he went and picked up a thesis. And then he asked some questions because it was on Vivekananda, but he wanted to know more. He went to the library and he asked this question: do you teach Marxism here? Why do you teach Marxism here? That was none of his business to ask, but he asked. Because this is the problem. Philosophers are dangerous persons. If you are too naive, I think we are not real philosophers. We need to be critical. Okay. Fourth, trust deficiencies. When there is trust deficiency, if there is an RSS person here, I am frightened. Let's not say RSS. If he's a person whom I do not know, then I think he's a RSS guy, and I get frightened. There is a lot of fear today. We have instilled a lot of hatred and polarization, so much so now we have come into this whole idea of tribalism. Tribalism. This is what they said in New York magazine. They said tribes demand loyalty, and in return they confer the security of belonging. They are patches of identity, not of thought. In a way, they make thinking unnecessary because they do it for you and may punish you if you try to do it for yourself. That is tribalism. Tribalism is where you don't allow any thought process to take place. To give you an inch to the other tribe makes you a sucker. The whole idea is you should not think for yourself. This is the problem of trust deficiency. The number 5, violence against the future. They're yet to be born children. This is the paradigm. This is the hidden danger. The danger that the future will be completely lost. They will be confused. Franz Fanon talks about limited violence. He says a limited violence is permissible. Noam Chomsky also seems to be thinking in the same line. But people like Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela have thought otherwise. What will also happen is intergenerational memories of pain. The last one, the rise of hopelessness. There will be this is a hidden danger. There will be no optimism, no passion, no inspiration, no expectations of brightness, of any improvement or any success. It will block any upbeat mood and contributes to low self-image, self-esteem. The individual's perception of others and of the world is pessimistic, and this affects all attitudes. This will also affect mental health, emotional and physical health. There will be increased rate of anxiety and depression around the world. And already we see that. We are eagerly awaiting COP28, which is going to take place in Saudi Arabia in December, that something good may come out of it. Otherwise, we are in for a doom. When the present children and youth are filled with hopelessness, there will be no more transformation. Finally, I want to conclude with a few more slides. Moving forward, the first praxis orientation that I would like to give is contra spem spero. Contra spem spero is a Latin poem, is the Latin word which was used as the beginning line of a poem by one of the Ukraine's most revered poets, Lesya Ukrainica. And it was written in 1819. Against all hope, I hope. So I presented to you a scenario. I presented you the hidden dangers, but we cannot stop at that. This seminar that we are doing is not to simply see the problems, but is also to look forward, to move forward. And that, I think, is the reason why 10 papers are going to be presented today. And so the first thing I would like to present, a philosophy of resiliency. A philosophy of resiliency where you are saying no to fear. It is to embrace difficulties and seeing them as opportunities for growth. Resiliency does not submit itself to fear. The second philosophy is philosophy of decreation from Simone Weil. Simone Weil has this beautiful idea of liberating experience with this whole concept of decreation. She says, with the process of decreation, we come to understand our human vocation. It is a movement from my creation, my world, you break it and move into the new world, a new creation, wherein you really realize that there is a possibility. It's a call for accountability, what she calls as unfortunates. It translated today is women, Dalits, children, tribals, transgenders, etc. to the unfortunate. And accountability for a call for accountability and justice. Reconceptualize violence. Sitting here in this whole way, I'd like you to do that. Reconceptualize violence. Be critical and contextual. Be aware of the invisibility of violence and its silent pervasiveness. And in this process, three things. Look at the actual problem, look at the perceptual error, and look at the problem of victory. Violence always speaks of victory. Mahatma Gandhi would say, this victory is problematic because it is momentary. At that moment, they might think, oh, we have won. But it is not true. And when you reconceptualize, do these three things as well. Preventive efforts. What can we as student community, as philosophers and theologians, and especially in these two institutes, what can we do to prevent any further violence? Illuminative efforts. We call this also as public reprogramming. What can we do to do that? Public reprogramming, giving new ideas, new narratives. We have to speak up new narratives. The false narratives are given by RSS and Hindutva people. Can we give new narratives? Hamas and Israel are giving false narratives, new narratives, and cooperative efforts wherein interreligious dialogue, intercultural dialogues are essential. Number 4, at asserting reverence and agape for life. I found this word reverence from Osho. Osho does not want to use the word non-violence. And he says non-violence is used only in terms of violence, while reverence is a constant positive way of construing and constructing a new and positive reality without violence. So maybe we need to have more sessions, more classes on this reverence. A reverence, which I'm not talking about a Christian reverence, but I'm talking about a positive, general kind of reverence. And the agape, Moltmann Jürgen has this beautiful way of understanding agape. Agape just not unconditional love, just not to human beings, but to the non-existent, which means even the future human beings, to the unlike, the unworthy, the worthless, to the lost, the transient, and the dead. Agape is not a love that is limited, but it is unconditional because it goes beyond our imagination perceptions. Friends, as you are gathered here this whole week, this is supposed to be the keynote address. I'm asking you, when you're going inside the conference proper, see if you can test your imagination, your perceptions. Go beyond that. And then if you can do that, you can also make a change. Next one, examining our doxa. I began with that. Our doxa is wherein we have absorbed. Now it is time. We have to remove that sponge, clear off all the belief systems that we had. And then this is all that we can do. It will be favoring the social arrangement of the field, but we need to change. We can change it. And finally, I come to the conclusion. I want to conclude with two topics, two things. One, E.F. Schumacher will say, any intelligent fool can make things bigger, more complex, and more violent. It takes a touch of genius and a lot of courage to move in the opposite direction. sitting here, what we need is that simplicity. A simplicity in which there is hope. A simplicity in which there is love that is innocent. In that hope, we will survive. And the final point of these two notes is the famous protest song. I want to conclude this with that protest song of Joan Dis, who wrote We Shall Overcome. In the tea estates, when they were subjugated at slavery, because they said we want to do something, so they wrote this poem, We Shall Overcome. And then what cut says courage, comfort, and hope. And later it became the anthem of the civil rights movement. And they all started singing that. And every movement they sang, Martin Luther King strongly said yes to non-violence and no to violence. And later, after that whole movement came to a sort of zenith, and then they had this signing. Later, young boys and girls were in a place, and the whites raided, and they shouted, "Get out! Get out!" And these fellows said, "No, we are not going to say yes to violence, and we are not going to be frightened of you." And then this last verse was added. And so I want you to join with me and sing this last verse. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Let's sing together. We are not today. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you. God bless. Thank you, dear Father Robin, for your valuable insights into the various forms of violence that surrounds us, the interplay of power, politics, and violence, process of violentization, for warning us against the prevalent dangers, and for reminding us the necessity as philosophers to be praxis oriented. Thank you very much, dear Father, for setting a right tone for our seminar. Let us wish him with a round of applause. A few years ago, a Jesuit scholastic from Satyanilayam asked the scholastic from Pune, who had come here for the same SNJD seminar, "Brother, would you like the coffee black?" The reply came after a few seconds of philosophical silence. "What other colors do you offer?" Now we shall disperse for a short coffee break. Feel free to explore the colors and flavors of our coffee. We shall gather here at 10:30. Thank you. I request the dignitaries, the staff, the paper presenters, and the organizing committee to come forward for a photograph.
This government to go forward. Good morning, respected guests, professors, fathers, and all gathered here. I am here to presentation. We human beings have a tendency to form societies and are driven to a certain sense of belongingness. However, a lingering mentality of us versus them allows us to harm or suppress others. Such attitude in us of violence is used by rulers and political rulers to create violence and achieve their own motives. And one such form is genocide. These are the different genocides which took place. I also invite you to see a chart on the entry to where we have shown different genocides prepared by our first year philosophers. So, what is a genocide? Genocide, as coined by Raphael Lemkin, refers to a systematic destruction of national, ethnic, racial, or religious group involving a coordinated plan and aimed at total extermination. It includes creating, firstly, a certain target group and extermination not only the physical bodies, but the status, the perspectives, and the ideologies. It was officially recognized by the United Nations General Assembly and defined in 1948 Genocide Convention. The definition includes various points like killing members, causing bodily or mental harm, destruction in wholes or in parts, preventing birth, or forcibly transferring children from one group to another. But even after having such comprehensive definition, there seems to be various loopholes in this legal framework. One of them is the exclusion of the political groups from this definition. And this exclusion only happened for the convention to pass quickly. The exclusion, on the other hand, helps political parties to get away from public questioning and criminal scrutiny. Genocides persist today even after the UN Convention, and hence there's a need to close legal gaps and recognize genocides as perpetrated by political institutions. Next, the historical context and causes. Genocides are often rooted in their complex geopolitical context, such as war, racial diversity, and political instability. Some contexts are the political and economical turmoil of Germany, which allowed Hitler to propagate about bringing back glory to Germany or creating a pure race. Next, the racial ideology. Next, the racial ideology of Pol Pot created an agrarian utopia, led to forced labor, starvation, and mass destruction. The difference between the Hutus and the Tutsis created during colonization aroused ethnic tension, discrimination, and political instability. Some causes of this genocide could be poverty, corruption, and unequal distribution of wealth and power, which creates significant class differences, giving stem to political violence. Ethno-nationalism is another major cause in this contemporary context, which includes exclusive ideologies leading to mass violence. A certain list of patterns are also involved in this genocides, such as classification. The Nazi regime classified Jews as inferior and subhumans, hence discriminating and segregating them. Secondly, symbolization, where the Hutu government, through their radio and hate speech, symbolized Tutsis as cockroaches. Thirdly, polarization, where the Bosnian genocide did polarization through hate speech and propaganda. Now let us try to understand genocide as a constructed political tool. Firstly, the case study of the Cambodian genocide. Cambodia is a country lying in the mainlands of Southeast Asia. Following World War II, Cambodia's monarch Prince
successfully negotiated the country's independence after 19 years of colonial rule. But his strict policies provoked friction, especially among the militant communities who had already opposed the French. The unstable situation grew bigger among the war outside Cambodian border. In Vietnam, many US soldiers were supporting the non-communist South against the communist North. While US petitioned for Cambodia support, the prince tried to stay neutral. Only in 1970, he was overthrown by his president, who allowed to bomb the regions in Cambodia to target the North Vietnamese fighters. They killed many Cambodians there. To regain power, the prince allied with the political enemies, the Khmer Rouge, led by Pol Pot, who wanted to make the nation a classless society. He opposed the capitalist Western imperialism, but to the public, he showed himself as a force fighting the pro-American government who had bombed their country. Angered by the destructive bombing and encouraged by the prince, many people joined the Khmer Rouge. Eventually, a 5-year civil war led to the conquering of Phnom Penh in 1975 and renaming the country as the Democratic Kampuchea. But the violence never ended here. The Khmer Rouge assassinated anyone related to the previous government. They relocated people to the countryside and made them walk. Those who could not make the trip were abandoned and hence separating the people from their families. They took away all their belongings and gave them the same clothes. They were asked to do huge amount of agriculture and work long hours. Underfed, underfed, underworked, overworked, and suffering from malaria and malnutrition, thousands perished. The Cambodian genocide had created so many killing fields, and humans were taken away their right of living. The Cambodian genocide finally ended in 1979 when Vietnamese forces invaded Cambodia and overthrowing the Khmer Rouge. So, what are some political tools which which were practiced by this genocidal regime? Firstly, the purge of enemies. The regime, on pretext of looting any internal enemies, eliminated any opposition posing threat to their power. This included political officials, intellectuals, and professionals. Secondly, social engineering. Aiming to make Cambodia into a self sufficient agrarian society, they forcibly relocated millions of people to labor camps and subjected them to forced labor. Thirdly, ideological control. They suppressed any dissent or deviation from the Khmer Rouge ideology and annihilated anyone who spoke against them. Fourthly, fear and intimidation. With so much violence and torture, there was fear and intimidation in people, and this acted as a powerful political tool to maintain control and prevent opposition. The Cambodian genocide ended in 1979 but had a drastic impact, approximately killing 1.7 to 2.2 million people. But even after the genocide ended, Cambodia faced challenging path of recovery and healing from this devastating consequences. Secondly, the Rwanda genocide. The seed of conflict were planted a century earlier when the German and Belgian colonizers entered the country. At that time, Rwanda was ruled by the monarch of Tutsi, one of the three ethnic groups. Tutsis and Twas were the minority, but Hutus were the majority. Many Hutus and Tutsis were on good terms, but colonial power demanded distribution. The Belgians thought of keeping records over ethnic identities and created a public narrative that Tutsis were elite rulers and Hutus were ordinary farmers. Over time, this propaganda led to intense political hostility. While colonial powers had largely withdrawn in 1959, lingering anger motivated Hutus to revolt against the Tutsis, which led Tutsi to go into exile. The Rwandans transitioned into an independent republic with the Hutu government. The authorities, being Hutus, demanded a total control of political power. They killed all the Tutsi leaders and did not allow the Tutsi people to return from the exile. Discontent with their life in exile, Tutsi, a small Tutsi group revolted against the Hutus, which created a civil war which continued for 3 years and concluded with a peace treaty. But things were never going to end here. In 1994, when the plane killing the Hutu president carrying the Hutu president was shot down, it completely built the conflict back again. The Hutu extremists used this opportunity to completely annihilate the Tutsis. The Hutu extremists used this opportunity to build physical and sexual violence against the Tutsi leaders and civilians. For 100 days, Tutsis suffered a horrific campaign of mass murder, neighbor turned against neighbor. Violence engulfed the region, killing over 1/10 of the country's population. So, what were certain political pawns in this Rwandan genocide? Firstly, the political mobilization. Hutu extremists used genocide to consolidate power and maintain control. The crises were used to rally Hutu support and suppress perceived opposition. Secondly, the effort to preserve the status quo. The genocide was used to eliminate any Tutsi political figure or any moderate Hutu who advocated peace and reconciliation. Thirdly, control of information. The government controlled the flow of information and limited the ability of journalists to report the situations accurately, hence shaping the narrative. Fourthly, spread of diseases, where Hutu extremists released hundreds of AIDS patients to rape the Tutsi women and give them a painful and unforgivable death. Experts say that around 250,000 to 5 lakh women were raped during this genocide. The Rwandan genocide concluded with the military advances of Rwandan Patriotic Front overthrowing the genocidal regime. But the post-genocidal period involved extensive effort in recovery and reconciliation. So, what happens in genocides is an entangled ideology, propaganda, and dehumanization. We tend to see various conditions in genocides which are well organized and like organization, polarization, and extermination. Genocide is not purely irrational, but has rational elements which are used by political elites to eliminate opposition and control masses. The data we are given through our social media today forms the basis of our ideologies. We tend to take all the ideologies given by our powerful political leaders and don't even think about it. The Syrian civil war shows that genocidal persists as political tool when they use brutal tactics against their own civilians to suppress opposition. The Israel-Palestine conflicts shows a disastrous impact of violence. One question which we need to ask here is all this violence and supremacy worth the lives of so many individuals, especially children, dying in both countries? In our Indian context, we tend to move towards a certain totalitarianism where Hindutva ideology forms the basis of our thinking. The government is biased towards one group and against another group. The example is the Citizenship Amendment Act, where religious minorities of Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan were given speedier path to Indian citizenship, but this act excluded Muslims. Also, the silence of the government towards Manipur violence, where cookies were killed by Meiteis, shows support to a particular ethnic group. Also, polarization takes place to see whether India should be a secular or a Hindu national country. With all this in mind, violence takes place at every instance. So, what could be some possible solutions? Firstly, John Rawls' impartiality principle, which is especially towards a government, which emphasizes on impartiality and neutrality in the formation of laws and norms, enclosing decisions not to be biased towards a particular group or a worldview. Secondly, Anna Arendt's call for political action, where we need to move beyond a neutral stance as individuals to actively engage in political discourse and advocate justice and fairness not allowing any oppressive regime to thrive. I would conclude my presentation saying that genocide exposes the darkest aspects of human nature, but also demonstrates resilience and courage of survivors. It serves towards us as a reminder of the consequences of unchecked power and an imperative to stand up against violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Princeton. Let's move on to the next paper titled Curriculum and Violence. Isaac Bailey and Rohan Michael de Almeida.
Good morning to all of us gathered here. The topic for our presentation is Curriculum and Violence, Radicalization of Education. For a very long time, education has been a source of enlightenment, a way to develop young brains, foster critical thinking, and advance diverse unification. India has always adhered to these ideals because of its varied background and rich cultural tapestry. Over the years, Indian curriculum has deviated from the path that was supposed to be a vehicle for fostering critical thought, instilling moral values, and creating safer places for learning. This paper tries to explore the relationship between curriculum and violence and how the modifications to the education system have sown seeds of discord and disparity among the students. We have the table of contents with the introduction and a general bit of holistic curriculum. Mainly, we are dealing with the Indian curriculum. We'll have a little deconstruction of it. Then, in the recent context of NCRT doing a lot of deletions, then how the manipulated curriculum would lead to radicalized education, then drawing some parallels between the Indian classic curriculum and how were children exposed when the thought of John Dewey as education as an instrument for democracy and conclusion and a proposed solution. The curriculum is derived from the Latin word currere, which means course of study. The curriculum is the central guide that directs the teacher in enhancing and developing student skills and values. The curriculum has the capacity to reconstruct human experience. A quality curriculum is essential as it enables the students to examine the past, analyze the present, and prepare them for the future. It has profound impact on various aspects of life. Some of the features of holistic curriculum are interdisciplinary and integrated learning, which cultivates a comprehensive understanding of complex real world issues. Emphasis on social and emotional learning nurtures students to have emotional intelligence, self awareness, and interpersonal skills. Then, incorporation of arts and physical education, cultivation of critical thinking and problem solving with the Socratic method, actively engaging the students to explore their own thoughts. Then, ethical and moral values were seamlessly integrated into holistic curriculum to foster responsible citizenship. And the thoughts of Jiddu Krishnamurti, wherein he lays the emphasis on awareness of the self, where we learn about the workings of the mind, conditioning, prejudices, fears, then project based learning, then global and cultural awareness, which prepares students for a diverse and interconnected world. Then deconstructing the Indian curriculum. We are living in a world that is constantly battered by enduring disparities, social disintegration, and political extremism. At this point, one may wonder how education is relevant. Education does more than react to a changing world. Education transforms the world. According to the Unified District Information System for Education, the year 2021, there are about 1.48 million schools with 265 million children enrolled in government, private, aided, and other schools in India. To meet the needs of the growing student population, various curricular frameworks have been envisioned and implemented, the latest being the National Curriculum Framework 2023. While the curriculum seems to have a pedagogy that is inquiry based, skill based, project based, sports based, with the content being in adherence to the 21st century needs, what seems to be worrying is the uniformity it subtly tries to impose. It lays out an extremely detailed plan through micromanaged design for the entire spectrum of school stages with the details of the subject. The NCF would bring to try in harmony across the curriculum in the country. This hair splitting form of uniformity is manifested through the deletion of chapters of school textbooks. Then the analysis of deletion, we have the NCRT being formed in 1960, and during those period, we have the books from Romira Thapar Bipin Chandra that highlighted the history of India from a secular viewpoint. Then during the course time, there have been many manifestos made. There have been three reviews made since 2014. The first done in 2017 had 1,334 changes, including additions, corrections, and data updates in 182 textbooks. It is quite surprising to know how the term secular is missing in the entire 600-page National Curriculum Framework document 2023. There is a paradigm shift from holistic curriculum to an exclusive curriculum. Then the case study of an NCERT 12th class textbook. The COVID-19 was a perfect time for the regime to make modifications. Some of the deleted patches I would highlight here. Gandhi's steadfast pursuit of Hindu-Muslim unity provoked Hindu extremists so much that they made several attempts to assassinate him. Instances like in Gujarat alert us to the dangers involved in using religious sentiments for political purposes. History is not a string of events with dates attached. History has been of great importance for humanity to progress forward and has helped one not to resort to the same mistakes and learn from them. When students are presented with whitewashed history, they are left with thinking only in terms of single perspective. The contributions of Mughals and references to them are sidelined and are branded as invaders of the nation. There is a great possibility to live in a state of denial. These are attempts to weaponize and erase history to suit the government's political agenda. The manipulated curriculum leading to radicalized education. The teacher shoulders the heavy burden of shaping the very perception of a child as far as the realities concerned to educational topics are concerned. This has to be done with extreme caution because, with regards to the subject taught in schools, the child's young mind is almost like a blank slate or tabula rasa, which will blindly accept the teacher's word as the gospel truth. Manipulation of curriculum through distortion of fact is already happening according to historian Ramachandra Guha. Brahmanya Thapar also states that the basic education is not merely memorizing, and functional education is not just to provide questions and answers, but to think freely, and the child should be encouraged to ask questions. Exclusion of research adds a subtle and disguised modes of brainwash and indoctrination that glorify notorious figures and prepare the soil for the impression of extremist ideologies upon the young minds that are unaware of the truth. Now we draw some balance between Indian and Nazi curriculum. The Nazi curriculum promoted Aryan supremacy and anti Semitism to instill unquestionable royalty to the regime. They had one example of this, which it was asked even in mathematics. The Jews are aliens in Germany. In 1933, there are about 66 lakh inhabitants in the German land, of which 5 lakh are Jews. What is the percentage of aliens? Meaning to tell, the Jews are leading to aliens. The French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser also speaks of ideological state apparatus, where education is used as a tool for instilling the ideology of the state. Then the schools as fertile grounds for ideological indoctrination. During the Nazi period, numerous educators and professors were actively involved or at least accepted the exclusion of individuals from their professions. In similar lines, we have in India Vidya Bharati, the educational wing of RSS. It caters to about 12,700 and total 50 schools, imparting education to 32 lakh students with the help of 150,000 educated teachers. It has its own curriculum, propagates the Hindu agenda, creating fundamentalist of a single nationalistic theory. We have the application set by the media outlets as well, where it has the ability to give more attention to certain topics, thereby shaping the public opinion about it. Then, how are children exposed to the process of radicalization? During the transition stage from childhood to adolescence, every child encounters a period of confused identity, which occurs between 12 and 20 years. Children of this age group are vulnerable to radicalization through education. It is because the abstract thinking which develops in a child during adolescence is not complete but rather partial, with limited understanding as the brain is still undergoing the process of development. This is precisely why NCRT has targeted the school textbooks by blurring the lines of facts and fiction. If extremist groups have territorial control over schools, then they can easily use them as a medium to manipulate children and influence them to identify with the extremist ideologies. Now, education as an instrument for promoting democracy, in the lines of John Dewey, who would say, the success or failure of democracy rests on education. Education is most determinative whether citizens develop the habits needed to investigate problematic beliefs and situations. Proper and sufficient exposure of analysis and research based study patterns during adolescence would build critically sound citizens who are aware of the democratic values of the Constitution. Their minds are set on facts and ethical democratic values rather than ignorance and brainwash. This is the key to establish a truly practicing democracy. Such awareness and analysis would dispel the darkness of radicalization and violence. Now we come to the conclusion and the proposed solution. Awareness imparted through education dispels the darkness of ignorance and makes one aware of one's right and duties with the country as well as forms them to secular and inclusive global citizens who live by ethical and egalitarian values. If we block the former, then the latter will automatically perish. In accordance with UNESCO's Preventing Violent Extremism through Education, a guide for policymakers, we are well aware and we feel that education plays a vital role in shaping the future citizens and thereby the very fate of any region. Hence, it is crucial to ensure that the curriculum is one that provides holistic growth, helping them to have a broad and secular approach towards the multidimensional reality we live in. To conceptualize, propose, construct, and compose such an enriching curriculum, a committee of knowledgeable and committed individuals would be necessary. It is fundamental that these individuals remain uninfluenced from any kind of manipulation, pressure, or threat from any political or religious organization. Promoting community participation in school education has many benefits. It develops need and context based curriculum, promotes school education, sustainability, and improves home environment. As Marconi has already shared, how the community provided safety to the teachers. Prevention is better than cure, and a stitch in time saves nine. Taking necessary measures against radicalization of the curriculum, which is the disease, which is very subtle, leading towards violence. It's like treating a disease in its early stages itself when the disease has not taken root. This is non negotiable if we want to avoid its consequent results in the form of violence. In spite of all necessities and unnecessities and complexities that surround us, I know from the film Shawshank Redemption that goes this way. Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of the things, and no good thing ever dies. With this, we conclude. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Tommy. It's time for a short discussion and dialogue. You can either add your insights or clarify your queries regarding the two presentations. I request both the presenters to take their seats on the dais. And we can also add your points, the insights regarding the presentations.
Yes. 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 Thank you for your presentation. I'm beginning question to Tommy and the team. You quoted the topic was very fascinating and very good, very timely as well. But my response is you have spoken about John Rawls, John Dewey. I was thinking to contrast the people, we must choose Indian philosophers so that we can say we have got resources within us to challenge the system. Therefore, when you refer a challenge for the situation, you must preferably use like Vivekananda, people like that. Question number one. Just that to begin with.
Um,
So, Father Lawrence, thank you so much for this insight. And yes, I completely agree with what you have said that it would be better to use a prominent Indian philosopher like Swami Vivekananda, or even for that matter, Dr. Ambedkar would be someone very good to choose from. However, what we felt is the point that John Dewey has made about creating a democracy and the role of education in that was much more in sync with the particular topic that we were hinting at. Like, because we did scan the internet to check about other Indian philosophers, but this was somehow more related than that. But yes, as you said, internal critic is always better than an external, because it can always be pointed out there is someone from outside who's criticizing. But yes, maybe in the future we can try that. Thank you so much, Father.
Thank you for the lovely presentation. Though I couldn't give my full concentration, sorry for that. However, just my clarification will be for both the group. Could you please, both the group, the curriculum group and the genocide, within very few sentences, summarize the philosophy? What is the philosophy behind the genocide? Why genocide, or what's the philosophy? Why people create that genocide or that type of mentality? So that philosophy of genocide, and the same thing in the curriculum. That within a curriculum academic, this violence happens. So what is the perspective, philosophical perspective, within very short? Thank you. Okay. Philosophy. Genocide, I that as humans, on one hand, we tend to form societies, but on the other hand, we have also the tendency to form groups, and hence it leads active in us, seeing us against them, to see one group against another. And this kind of attitude is used. My presentation as genocide being a political tool, this philosophy or this kind of an ideology is used by our political leaders to create violence, in a sense like, okay, we are Hindus and these Christians and Muslims are against us, so we need to annihilate them or exterminate them through violence. So this kind of a philosophy, this kind of attitude in us, ingrained in us, is used by political parties or political leaders cause violence.
So, just to add, I think there is time is up, but I want to congratulate Princeton and Angel and also Tommy and Rohan for your papers. It was excellent. And as you mentioned, yeah, that is the main point of the philosophy of us versus them, the groupism that happens. And just to highlight some more, just to, for a discussion, you mentioned about you didn't have time, and you mentioned about John Rawls, and you mentioned about Hannah Arendt, political activism. What way would you suggest to stop genocide, political activism? Just one or two, if you can suggest.
Uh, when I talk about Anaharan's action towards moving towards a political life, I think so. Anaharan would say only if we are political, we belong to a particular nation or particular country. So if we are belonging to a particular nation, we are belonging to a particular political group. A sense of political life, meaning any norm or anything happen, there should be discussions over that. A law or a norm should just not pass without any consideration of each individual. Even if one individual has a certain problem to a certain law, I think so there should be enough discussions. You have to come together, form a group, discuss like in this format we are discussing. I think so this kind of discussion where you should allow where you should be able to propose what are your problems, or even as whatever political laws are coming, what is my stand on it. So that is, I think so, will help towards becoming a political being in our country. And this attitude will not allow any oppressive regime to come, because anytime particular government doing some violence, each individual should stand up as a political individual to go up against them, to form a certain group kind of a thing, discuss among them, see what are the good things or the bad things about this. And in this way, I think as political individuals can be good.
the dynamics of political power. We will be seeing how this interplay contributes to the prevalence of violence and social unrest. Introduction. Violence has been a persistent and pervasive aspect of human history, taking various forms and from interpersonal conflicts to large-scale wars. Today, we live in a world where incidents of violence make headlines of our daily newspapers. We directly or indirectly face the consequences of violence in our everyday lives. There is a sense of passive acceptance of the political violence. Thereby, we also become complicit in this collective violence. Why there is violence and what makes human violent is ongoing hot debate. The question whether we are inherently violent has intrigued scholars, philosophers, and scientists for centuries. Throughout history, the relationship between power and violence is evident. Acts of violence ranging from interpersonal conflicts to large-scale wars often stem from the dispute over power, control, and access to resources. Even though societies have evolved, the mechanism through which our ancestors asserted power and engaged in conflict has left an indelible mark on us. The growing power thirst and the fear of neighboring countries have made us produce weapons of mass destruction. Russia-Ukraine war and Israel-Palestine war are examples. Therefore, it is necessary to see how political interests play a crucial role in legitimizing violence. Also, we need to consider how human tendencies towards violence or aggression are harnessed or restrained by political power structures. This research paper aims to investigate the interplay between inherent human tendency towards aggression and the dynamics of political power, with the focus how this interplay contributes to the prevalence of violence, conflict, and social unrest. The first part of my presentation, inherent human tendency towards aggression. It has three subpoints. The first point, evolutionary perspective. From an evolutionary standpoint, human may possess inherent tendency towards aggression as a result of their evolutionary history. Evolution refers to change, specifically in a gene frequencies of a population over time. Evolutionary psychologists argue that certain aggressive tendencies may be inherent in humans as a result of natural selection. Natural selection is the primary driving force of evolution, which operates via unsentimental replacement of genes. Researchers such as David Wangram, in his book Demonic Males, argue that aggression may have evolved as a mechanism for competition and resource acquisition. In ancestral environments, aggression may have served as a mechanism for protection, competition, and resources and to defense against threats. Humans' violent past is evident in studies of archaeological remains, like skeletal remains of ancient human societies, which provide direct evidence of the injuries suffered by violent transgressor. Aggression could have evolved as a survival mechanism in early human societies, potentially influencing modern behavior. Therefore, violence can be seen as an adaptive strategy. Biological factors. Studies have explored the role of genes and neurotransmitters in predisposing individuals towards aggression. Recent research in neuroscience has identified brain regions and neural pathways associated with aggression. There is evidence to suggest that biological factors, including genetics, brain structure, and neurotransmitter imbalances, may contribute to the predisposition for aggression. The reality is that, to some extent, and under certain circumstances, we have fact inherited, if not a tendency, then a capacity to make war from our ancestors. Violent behavior is genetically programmed into our human nature, and selection has favored aggressive behavior. Psychological theories. Psychologists have proposed various theories to explain
how aggression can be learned or triggered in individuals. These theories help to clarify the relationship between individual predispositions and external factors. The social learning theory posits that aggression can be learned through observation and imitation of aggressive models in an environment. Factors such as exposure to violence, harsh parenting, socio-economic conditions, and cultural norms can influence the development of aggressive behavior. Psychoanalysis underlines the role of innate aggressive drives, unconscious and present from birth. It also emphasizes the role of innate drives associated with man's psychic structure as an unconscious and primitive tendency that is present at birth. Aggressiveness is modulated and socially internalized throughout one's lifetime, but particularly in childhood. Now, I will be moving to the second part of my presentation, the dynamics of political power. It also has 3 subpoints. Now, we will see how human tendencies towards aggression are harnessed or restrained by political force. Also, how this pursuit and exercise of political power can amplify the innate human aggressiveness. The dynamics of political power play a significant role in shaping the expression of human aggression. Historically, leaders and governments have used violence as a means of maintaining control, expanding territories, and suppressing dissent. While aggression may have an adaptive benefit in an ancestral environment, society has evolved significantly, making its constructive role today questionable. Nevertheless, various forms of violence, including interpersonal violence, armed conflicts, and terrorism, continue to persist globally. Political psychology. Political power dynamics play a significant role in the prevalence of violence. Research in political psychology suggests that individuals in position of power may exhibit more aggressive behavior due to the perception of threat and competition. Violence is used as a means of acquiring, maintaining, and exercising political power. On a global scale, international politics and the distribution of power among the nations can contribute to the conflicts and wars. Wars cannot be fully understood by attributing them to people's innate aggressive psychological tendencies. People kill massively following institutional rules, obeying higher orders, decided by socially organized elites. The phenomena of social violence such as war, ethnic riots, or revolutions are complex and cannot be explained on the basis of the processes underlying individual interpersonal violence. Great explosion of social violence, for example, the genocides of Rwanda, the Jews in Germany, and the Americans in Turkey, etc., are not spontaneous social phenomena. These massacres are carefully organized, they are ideologically justified beforehand, and they are carried out to meet political goals such as creation of a national state. Social identity theory. Social identity theory suggests that group identity and conflicts over resources can fuel violence. The struggle for power and resources between groups often leads to intergroup conflicts and violence. The unequal distribution of resources and opportunities within societies can lead to social unrest and conflict. Robert's cave experiment, that was a psychological experiment on group cooperation and intergroup conflict, observed a strong sense of competition when a group was made aware of the existence of another group close to them. However, there was a slow but substantial increase in positive intergroup relations by having joint activities in the evening between the two groups. The third point, India's political climate of violence. I will be focusing the caste system as a structural violence and religious as a political tool. Religion is used as a political tool in India. Given that Hinduism constitutes the majority, the political party that strategically aligns with Hinduism secures its position in power. The political entities advocating majority group interests and ideologies ensure their survival and electoral success. Moreover, the political party, in the pursuit of survival and religious advocacy, seems to turn blind eye to the violence instigated by majoritarian group, mob lynching, hate speeches, the cultivation of collective animosity towards minority religions, increasing attacks on minorities' place of worship, daylight attacks, and humiliation of Dalits and tribals are politically motivated and funded. During the 2002 Gujarat riots, then Chief Minister Narendra Modi faced a severe criticism for his alleged active involvement in the violence. However, in a surprising turn of events amidst the backlash, Modi called for election in Gujarat. The recent BBC documentary, the Modi Question, highlighted this spirit, suggesting that Modi, despite the criticism, took advantage of the strong Hindu victimhood sentiment prevailing at that time. When Modi later ascended to position of Prime Minister of India, there was a perception that much of the violence against minorities had been legitimized during his tenure. Therefore, the strategic utilization of religious violence is observed as a means to acquire political influence, ensure stability, and cultivate support. Caste system structural violence in India, which the keynote addresser also mentioned as an invisible violence that we don't notice. Historically, the Vedic religion laid the foundation for Varna system, which served as a political means of organizing labor. However, eventually it evolved into a hierarchical order in which one caste exerted dominance over others. Regrettably, this hierarchy was fortified through the use of violence. Caste-based discrimination restricts individuals from accessing education, employment, and other opportunities based on their caste. This limitation on opportunities creates a cycle of poverty and hinders social mobility. This makes members of lower caste vulnerable to violence and exploitation by those in higher caste, which includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and economic exploitation. Conclusion. Are we stuck in our evolutionary past? Humans have had a violent past. We have a violent present, and our future likely hold violence. However, characterizing humans as a violent species is inaccurate, and does nothing to advance our understanding of human nature. Human nature has not changed so much as to lost its taste for violence. What has changed is people's willingness to act on their tendencies. What makes us different is that we can orient ourselves away from violence towards cooperation and altruism. The culture and environment plays an important role in this regard. We have to move significantly beyond a traditional dichotomous conceptualization to have a better understanding to what extent we are influenced and how to overcome these influences. While aggression may have had its advantages in some scenarios, but it is not sole driving force behind human evolution. Therefore, violence is not necessary force today. We require violent behavior is genetically programmed into our human nature to the extent that we are capable of behaving violently, moreover, inclined to do so, but again, only under certain conditions. We are subject to genetic influences, but these influences don't mandate violence, neither do they mandate non-violence. Violence is a context-sensitive strategy applied in predictable situations and environments. This makes Sartre's existential choice very evident to us. We have a choice in creating a more humane and peaceful society. We may strive to create an environment where violence lacks its role. This is possible only in a political situation in which human life is valued and celebrated. Otherwise, we may end up in serious danger of normalizing the violence and supporting the political structure which thrive on violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman. Our next presentation is by Sister Vilnisha Borges and Erosion Cruz. They have written a paper titled, Who is She in This Independent World?
Good afternoon, brothers, and my dear friends who are watching us. Today, we present to you the current scenario on the uprising violences on the women through our topic, Who is she in this independent world? Let me begin by emphasizing the superiority of men through the play on the words, on the English words. By citing these questions, why is the word she, has he, in woman, man, and in the word female, male? Does it mean that a woman is incomplete without a man and that she has to depend on him for everything? Thus, the title of our paper cites various interpretations of who is a woman. Is she independent or dependent being? At the same time, who is a man? Is he independent or dependent being? Or are they interdependent on each other? If we carefully look at some of the historical events, it speaks of women who have been oppressed, suppressed, and the violent attacks that strangled their freedom and remained as prisoners throughout their lives. At the same time, the history also reveals the most powerful women who, who shook the whole world by their determination and perseverance, who stood strong against all odds, challenged the patriarchal society, and gave an utmost showdown to sexists who believed that women are only to be in the household chores and just a help in procreation. Namely, we have Cleopatra, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Indira Gandhi, and there are many more. And also the well-known figures in today's world too are still contributing to change this world in order to accept that a woman is capable to do anything and everything. Woman as the other. In this, we highlight two perspectives, the biological passivity of women and the representation of women in movies. This is the universal query that haunts the women. Why a woman is called the other? Is it because she is vulnerable to men and always connoted in relation to men, as sometimes our friends or people ask to a married man, where is your better half? It may be for fun, but it conveys a deeper meaning. Simone de Beauvoir, in her book The Second Sex, underlines the symbolism of a woman in Genesis, where Eve is depicted as made from what Bossett called a supernumerary bone of Adam. Thus, it convinces us that humanity is male and man defines woman not in herself but as relative to him. So, with regard to biological passivity of women, we raise the question, is man an active being and woman a passive being in reproduction process? Simon argues that in biological terms, Woman is referred to womb or ovary, whereas man is called the sperm. Both the male and female come under the category of human species. Then how they are different from each other? Women is a passive matter and a male principle contributes force, activity, movement and life. Though it has been proved that both male and female are equally important in procreation. Secondly, representation of women in movies. The first point, developments of movies. There is no doubt that a lot of development has been taken place in the movies with regard to evolution of roles, strong female leads, women-centric films, and representation of real-life issues. Secondly, state of otherness and the cause of violence representation. The movies like Aram in Tamil, Aruvi in Malayalam, Pink in Hindi, The Great Indian Kitchen in Malayalam, addressing real life issues of women such as gender inequality, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. Thirdly, objectification. Women physique has been used as commodity and sexually objectified in the movies through their costumes, the item songs that we watch, and the unnecessary scenes featuring sexualization of women, female characters. Fourth, misogyny and sexism. This is the other form of major violence that has been imposed on women. Most of the vulgarity has been shown, and there is a voyeurism which stimulates the adults. Fifth, male gaze theory. In 1975, feminist film theorist Laura Mulvey, in her essay Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, introduced a theory called male gaze theory, where she highlights that the many films, advertisements, and other forms of media are created from a male perspective and are structured to cater the heterosexual male desires and fantasies. We move on to some of types of atrocities faced by women, and we have highlighted the three major atrocities. Firstly, the physical atrocities. We know that women play multiple roles in our society, such as a daughter, sister, mother, wife, daughter-in-law, aunt, and so on. And so in physical atrocities, we see that there is a lot of domestic violence with regard to sexual harassment, rape, and the dowry issues in the present days, where a woman is beaten up by her own husband, her in laws, and the family members. Secondly, the emotional atrocities. Emotional violence is a form of violence that really scars women's heart and mind. The emotional abuse includes verbal attacks, humiliation, manipulation, and controlling the woman's behavior, causing severe emotional distress. For example, we see it in the movie Pink. Third, psychological atrocities. Psychological abuses and coercive control can have deep and lasting psychological impacts on women. She has to go through a lot of mental traumas, fear, isolation, threat, and finally, it forces her to end her own life by committing suicide. Becoming women. Who characterizes a woman to be a woman? It has been identified that a girl child grows gradually into maturity by passing through various stages of womanhood. And so, becoming women literally means to have an emerging outlook on the concept of treating a woman with respect and dignity. According to the survey report on women conducted by us, we apprehend that violence against women is a pervasive and deeply concerning issue that transcends geographic, economic, and cultural boundaries. And the 4 points that we have mentioned is first the demographics, a diverse landscape which includes various age groups of women who are facing different types of violences. Secondly, awareness and personal experiences. It's a harsh reality because as we interviewing many women, they have gone through all physical, emotional, sexual, psychological violences in their lives. Third, perception of society and self, how the society sees them, and and they and they themselves, how they look, due to which they face the violences. And finally, it calls for action. Woman as the other, what are some of the reasons why is she called the other? First, the historical narratives, where in the narratives we see women are usually portrayed in sex stereotypical roles such as wives, mothers, mistresses, prostitutes, and so on. Secondly, patriarchal concept that in Indian tradition, a girl has to leave her maternal house and live her whole life in her husband's house and with his family, and the children she conceives belong to her spouse's family. Third, family upbringing. It is observed that the root cause of women as the other is their birth and upbringing. Family is the first place where a girl is molded and formed to be a woman. If we start bringing a change in the family, that is in the mindset and the beliefs of parents, the chain of customs and traditions can be broken. Fourth, societal outlook, how the society sees her. The outlook of a girl compares it with a beautiful flower that attracts the viewer and thus creates desire in the viewer to snatch it. Hence, women are to remain indoors and to be dressed modestly whenever they go out as a protection from the outsiders. And thus, some of the steps that we would like to emphasize to empower the women and also to create awareness in the society, namely, first to boost women's self-esteem through self-awareness program, make them aware of the safeguarding laws and policies, overcoming the cultural values and practices, concrete steps against the practice of dowry, widows' remarriages, speaking about women issue at schools, homes, and common gatherings, becoming active member rather than passive audience, conscientizing the students through orientation on equality. Thus, I conclude in saying that the shadows of violence is increasing day by day against women. So let us take a strong stand and help our women in joining hands in their struggles and endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Vilnisha. The stage is now open for discussion and dialogue. I request the presenters to take their seats on the dais. And she hugged me. Okay. Uh, Okay, now let's begin with the discussions. I hope at least provincial will have some clarifications and questions, at least for Agil.
Okay, first of all, congratulations to both the groups. My question is to group number 2, Sister Vilnishas. So, my question is regarding the biological pessimism which you talked about. So, how can we promote a more inclusive understanding of gender roles moving beyond a biological determinism?
Is it clear? Was it clear? Yes, that was.
How can we promote a more inclusive understanding of gender roles moving beyond the biological determinism?
So biologically, when you look at the women, always the society has the tendency to women as weak and men physically fit and women are physically subordinate to men. In that case, based on that, everywhere wherever they go work and work, they are considered as subordinate to men mainly. Even taking up the job or in the works that happen in the houses and the other place wherever they go. So that mentality, women are subordinate to men, should be changed, and it's like the biological concept of women that they are being should not be taken into consideration in all the places wherever they go. In some places, women are like more stronger than they are stronger than men. In that case, when you look at, but that is not looking to take into consideration when it comes when they work hard and work more since they are biologically weak.
Uh, Hello. Just to add to that, actually, sometimes, yeah, biologically, many of the times this was used as a excuse, but we've also seen this in ethical, moral dilemmas, like how to make decisions. And uh, there was a Lawrence Kohlberg who made a study of moral decisions, how moral decisions are made, and he thought that many of our moral decisions are made by rationality. So he gives a case study of something like, suppose a shop owner has a medicine and somebody's wife is sick. Does he have a chance to go and rob? And so therefore he came with the very logical conclusions of different age groups. But then Carol Gilligan, his student, challenged him and said, "You are only concentrating from the male perspective, morality from the male perspective. Actually, women also have something to give for morality, and that is care, that is concern." And she changed the whole way of looking at it. So, therefore, we can make a difference. So, what Niroshan is trying to say is that we have to change the narrative, and narratives can be changed uh, not by we have to go one by one, step by step. Each one of us have to make a commitment to change the narrative. Thank you.
Well,
My first, more than a question, a comment to the first group, the roots of violence, or are we human beings inherently violent? The the line of thought was quite good beginning where, but I would like to focus more on, is it the root biological, which you took more of a genetic, or is it more of a spiritual or mental? The conclusion would be this: if it is biological, the violence, then ultimately philosophically talking, evil. Philosophically, we talk about evil. Is evil inherently in our biology? If it is biological, I can do nothing about it. I'm determined. But if it is mental or spiritual, I have freedom to change. So that is within my both intellect and will. That would be something to think about. And in this line, since it is a philosophical, and if you are thinking of further developing the your talk or paper, it would be good to look at Plato. Plato, in his Republic, Book 9, has something interesting on this. Is evil and violence part of the soul? And he indeed talks about that the equilibrium in the soul. When there is a equilibrium is lost, that is when evil is manifest. Perhaps this has some connection to the second talk also, is where we spoke. Is woman or weakness allegedly put as biological? Then again, if we are talking about biological, then we are determined. Is it not a psychological, patriarchal uh, bringing up that has made somehow woman as weaker, man as stronger? I think that is the mindset that we need to look at philosophically, perhaps to break that mindset, not as a biological, but as something mental. Maybe if you want to add something, you can add, but need not if you don't want.
Firstly, see the violence and perspective. Actually, from the violence and perspective, every species exerts some kind of aggressiveness for the survival. So, but humans have gone to another extreme. This is because, as someone added claimed, that is because the future mindedness we have. Because we think of the future and we become more greedy. uh, I would say greed is not the ultimate reason for violence or evil, because you would counter argue with Hannah Arendt's philosophy. But I would say greed is bottomless. So we think not only of us, our cognitive power is more that we think of others, our family, and everyone, and we tend to collect more. This makes us more violent and aggressive than the other species. So, as part of the nature, there is no justice, as Harari would claim. But humans have developed something called justice, which is progressive, which takes us to the final altruism. Though we may not achieve altruism, but it is our tendency towards altruism which will bring justice. Thank you very much. Thank you for Francis. Last question.
This is for the second group. Uh, with regard to when you consider when you consider women in the field of production and contribution to the nation, their role is much more than it may be men, which is not in a way considered. Now, if you take a family, the woman who works so much more than a man because she has to work in the office, also take care of the family. The work she does in the family is not considered. Since I'm coming from a kind of social action background, we have both men self-help groups and women self-help groups. In all the areas, the women self-help groups, they prosper, they organize well, and they do all the activities. Whereas the men self-help groups, they do not prosper. They just comment to say that they can be, once their role is recognized, they could contribute much more to the national development. The second question, the question that I have is, what are the root causes? Though they contribute more for the nation, what are the root causes for the gender-based violence?
So, what's for gender-based violence, and as you explained to me, that women they work with office as well as they come home, they have food, so they have to take care of the children, wash their clothes, and take care of the house. And they do home work. Even a housewife staying at home and doing a lot of work. Man going for the office and he is working and he is coming back. Once he comes back, the woman has to take care of the needs of the men. But
on the occupation, when we ask what the wife is doing, nothing. So, like, it's not recognized as a job what women is doing, and as long as we are not recognizing these things as job and telling them they are doing nothing, still we are putting them down. So the moment that we recognize that they are of service to the family first, then from it has to start from the family. It's like when a girl child is born, first what we see that as a cute and it's beautiful and soft for that. When a male is compared, it's like compared to strong and handsome. So the difference starts from the family itself. Like women should be like this, men should be like that. Whatever women does, it is not taken into consideration as a job or doing something great. But when a boy does something, it is considered as something great. It starts from the society, the hierarchy. The historically we are built up like that. I mean the women is subordinate to men, so that they have to obey to the words of men and the culture and the society. So the cultural background and the history, the historical background that we are narrating from age-old traditions should change from our way of perspective and the way of looking, and from that only the change should begin. I mean the first step should begin from the family. That's the beginning of change.
Yeah, as I said in the presentation, I do agree that change must come within the family. Like, no, as he has given, sometimes what we do is we already make differences at home. Like, girl and boy is there, we give a doll, the girl, and a car or aeroplane is a boy. So the difference is already started there. Color pink for women, a girl, and blue for the boy. So I think that has to be stopped. It is already started, but I think more awareness has to be created based on this.
Thank you, the presenters, and thank you all of you for your active participation. We shall now disperse for our example, and let us gather in the refectory at 12:45. And please note, we shall begin the afternoon session at 2:30 sharp. Let's gather in the same hall at 2:25. Thank you.
Check. Good afternoon, dear friends, and welcome to the philosophical wonderland we are about to embark on this afternoon. Now, I know after a hearty lunch, the temptation to drift into the arms of Morpheus, god of sleep and dreams, can be strong. But let's pray through the intercession of Descartes. I have a capsule borrowed from Mr. Descartes. His famous saying, cogito ergo sum. Let's remember that. That is, I think, therefore, I am awake during the philosophical seminars. Therefore, my dear friends, let's keep our thoughts alive as we are about to sail through the philosophical seas. Without much delay, let's start our session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our next presentation by David Matthew and Nitin Jameson on the paper titled Exploring the Nexus: Fear as a Catalyst for Political Violence. Welcome.
Good afternoon. The topic of our research paper is exploring the nexus, fear as a catalyst for political violence. Excuse me. Once again, our topic of our research paper is exploring the nexus, fear as a catalyst for political violence. Corey Robbins, in his book Fear, the History of Political Idea, says that fear is the first emotion experienced by a character in the Bible. Before being afraid, Adam and Eve were semi conscious actors. But after they became afraid, they became more alert and they knew what they were doing. Fear is such a powerful emotion. Thomas Hobbes says that most of the human beings has a continual fear, a fear of violent death, a fear of a future that is filled with misery and sufferings. And he also says that when a human being is sufficiently afraid, he can do anything. So fear is something that has a great potentiality. Let us look into an archetype of violence. The violence Israelites had undergone when they were in Egypt. In the book of Exodus, chapter 1, verses 9 and 10, we can see the king of Egypt addressing his people, telling them to be more alert towards the people of Israelites. Because he tells that the people of Israelites are growing in population and wealth. And he alerts the people that if they continue in this way in the near future, it will be a threat to the Egyptians that the Israelites can dominate them. So the root cause of the violence and torture was the fear of Egyptians. How to understand fear? How Egyptians could forget Joseph, who helped them to survive in difficult situations. That is, research says that the messages with fear are nearly twice as effective as messages without fear. And here comes a notion of agents of fear. As Corey Robbins says, these agents of fear are politicians, corporates, and media who likes to manipulate and play with people's fear. How can we relate violence and fear? What does literature says? Vesna Pesic, a peace activist from Yugoslavia, which has witnessed many ethnic conflicts, says that ethnic conflict is caused by fear of future lived through the past. Sisak, in his book Six Sideways of Violence, tells that the triggering force behind all violence is fear. And he also says about some factors of violence like fear of immigrants and fear of crimes, etc. David A. Lake, in his paper, brings up the notion of the agents of fear. He says that ethnic activists, political entrepreneurs, and some non-rational factors builds up fear of insecurity among the community and polarize the community. Let us now look into a specific event in the past to understand the interplay between fear and violence. The American fear and Cold War atrocities. During Cold War, American USSR was engaged in many proxy wars. So what was the reason behind this? Americans feared that the communism will engulf the whole world, and by that USSR also will become more powerful and dominate the world. So fear of Americans feared in near future if communism increased, they will lose their power as a dominant power in the world. So this fear was the motivating factor for the Americans to aid many military regimes in Latin America where there was appraisals of communism. The victims of that fear was El Salvador and Nicaragua, where they suffered from genocides, massacres, mass rapes, and forced disappearance. Let us now look into Manipur riots and let us analyze how the fear factor aided the violence in Manipur. As we see, Sisak has told there are many factors that will aid to the fear. He analyzed it in the context of Western world like fear of immigrants. But when we look into Indian context, especially in the case of Manipur, there are three main factors that aided to the violence. The three main fears that was on the field of resource sharing, demographic shift, and political representation. And these all were reasonable fears as we know. But there is another factor of a fear, another phase of a fear, which Corey Robbins distinguished and calls as political fear. A fear that is projected and exaggerated, manipulating the emotions of people for political gain, for diverting the people from their day to day domestic fears. And we can see when we look into the events of Manipur riots, it is very clear that there is the presence of an agent of fear who exaggerated the tension between both communities. Now, let us look what are some of the fears in our country that are projected. And are these fears reasonable? The first one is the fear of forced conversion. We are all aware of this fear. There is a fear in the majority community that the Christians and Christian missionaries are conducting mass conversion or forced conversion. And they also fear that the Christianity in India poses a threat to the demographic, economic, and philosophical might of Hinduism. Is this fear reasonable? Let us look into the fact. According to a Pew Research paper named Key Findings About Religion in India, they found that it is rare for someone in India to make a switch from one religion to another. And is it reasonable to think that a community whose population is only 2% to take over a country with total population of 1.3 billion people? And according to census data, the size of Christian community relative to the country's population has either been static or been declining since 1971. So there is a propaganda of spreading political fear, spreading news of forced conversion without any proofs or base. There is a specific mode of operation in spreading this propaganda of political fear. The first one is objectifying Christians as a threat into the popular psyche. And the second one is portraying the Christianity and the Christian missionaries as Maoists and rebels. The case of Father Stan Swami is a good example for this. We know how his computer was hacked and documents was planted in his computer. And finally, they implemented anti-conversion law and carried out an arrest and intimidation in the name of this law. By doing this, they were sympathizing with the community who was pictured as victims, and they proved the majority community that they are the only one capable to help them to come out of this fear. And when we look into the recent incident of case of violence in Narayanpur, there we can see a communalization of tribals. There was active involvement of Hindutva and RSS organizations for polarizing the tribals. Since we know that there was recent incident of violence, but all these people were church goers for 8 to 5 years. And what resulted in this sudden violence? And we can see there is a pattern of communalization of tribals starting from communal violence in Gujarat, in Kandhamal, and now in Narayan. And as a part of our research study, we also conducted a preliminary survey on analyzing the attitude of Christians towards Hindus and Muslims. And it was very interesting to note that the factors which the participants mentioned as factors that are causing fear in them again towards towards Hindu community was the political dominance of the Hindu community, and also the fear that the rise of Hindutva agenda may affect the Christian faith, and also negative views spread through the media. And this we can read in line with the anti-conversion law and the attacks on Christian churches and institutions. And this is the result of our preliminary survey conducted on the attitudes of Christians towards Muslims and Hindus. Through these graphs, it is really evident that there is a higher level of disengagement and negative perception towards Muslim community. And this, we also need to understand the socio-political situation of the majority of participants. And in this case, the majority of participants were from Kerala. And when we see the socio-political situation in Kerala, in the last few years, there has been a noticeable increase in the distress and fear among the communities, which is a result of decrease in the population of Christian community and also the decrease in the economic and political strength of Christian community. Added to this, there are some other factors like the news of ISIS recruitment from Kerala and also the stance taken by the Muslim League leaders towards the conversion of Hagia Sophia Cathedral, and also an incident of violent attacks by the Muslim radical organizations like Popular Front of India. And this also shows us another fear that is projected in our country, that is Islamophobia, a fear that sweeps our nation. The Muslims are considered as suspect citizens, and the Muslim refugees like Rohingyans are seen as invasive pests, and also the neighboring Muslim nation states are considered as an eternal enemy. So, is this fear reasonable? Again, when we look at the census data, we can see that Muslims constitute only 14.2% of the Indian population, and it is unreasonable to think the Muslims will overpopulate and take over the nation. And also, it is interesting to note a research finding from another Pew Research paper. They conducted a survey in 11 countries that is Muslim dominated and found that a majority expressed negative view on radical Islamist terrorist groups. And in India also, when we look at events, we can see there is a clear mode of operation and a clear spread of propaganda of fear, which we saw in the case of forced conversion in the Christians. The Rath Yatra and demolition of Babri Masjid, the Gujarat riot, enactment of CAA, arrest of youth activists under UAPA, the slogans of hate and violence, the bulldozer law and order, and the atrocities by Gau Rakshak. Now let us look at the philosophical perspective of these things. Martha Nussbaum, a philosopher, says that people are being stampeded by their emotion. They are not stopping to figure things out and to work on real problem. And this is the actual scenario that is happening in India. People are being stampeded by their emotions, and the agents of fear, the Hindutva group, are being manipulating the emotions of people. They are using two sacred emotions, the fear and religion. Thomas Hobbes projects that this is also a tactic to divert the fear of people from their domestic needs. If we see, in India, people are not concerned about their fear of their immediate future, their families, but but they have this fear of their exaggerated past. And here we can see a cultural propagation of fear, a collective identity of victimhood. And by concluding, we can see that fear is one of the most important power factor that exists, and the person that can control its direction in a society has gained considerable power over the society. Why the fear of future, like family, employment, basic facilities doesn't come into place. Fear is a byproduct of a perception of something, and this perception is colored by this propaganda and media. As Aristotle says, we make errors when we fear wrong things in wrong way or at wrong times. So let us spread the propaganda of love and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for sharing your insightful paper with us. Your presentation added depth to our understanding. It's a pleasure for me to welcome the next presentation by Owen Rodriguez and Jeevan Kishore on the paper titled A Philosophical Investigation into the Fascist Ideology as a Recipe for Violence in India. Welcome.
Play from there. Give me the pointer. Good afternoon to all. Sorry for the inconvenience. Jeevan and I worked upon this paper, Philosophical Investigation of Fascist Ideology as a Recipe for Violence in India. To begin with, India is a land celebrated for diversity. It has witnessed complex interplay of ideologies, politics, and even violence. Our country is known for its culture, for its language, for religion, for various beauties. But it is not immune to the global trends, various ideological effects. It is not immune to it because various extremist ideologies have impacted India as well. For example, various authoritarian regimes, fascism, and so on have influenced India. Coming on to fascism, it is an ideology, obviously. It had emerged in the aftermath of World War I as a response for political instability, economic crisis, and social unrest, promising order, national unity, and return to the past glory. That is a good idea which they came about. And the earliest examples of fascism. That is the fascist party of Mussolini in Italy, and the other infamous example of Adolfo Hitler and Nazism. After World War II, this idea was rejected, obviously, because the amount of killings and violence that took place, this ideology was denounced. But still, this ideology, without taking the name of fascism, is used throughout the world in different forms. And India is no exception to it. I did not elaborate how India is part of this fascist ideology. And fascist ideology is very much linked with violence. Some openly do it, some do it very subtly without telling we are supporting violence. They are indirectly supporting the violent actions of fascist rulers. Keeping quiet in sometimes you are supporting the fascist ideologies in some way. In our philosophical paper, we try to understand the philosophical foundations of this ideology, try to understand some case studies of violence and fascism, how fascism grew in India, and what is a way forward. That is what we are trying to focus mostly. Philosophical foundation. See, first of all, fascism as an ideology itself. An ideology is it is a system of beliefs, values, and ideas that provide a framework. How it influences us, the way we think, the way we act, it determines how a society functions. And that ideology can be both positive in nature or negative in nature. How Gandhi's ideas, Martin Luther's ideas, of Nelson Mandela, the amount of good that has done, as against Hitler's ways, Mussolini's ways, what a destruction it has brought, we know it very well. And now our focus would be more on fascism. There are different facets of fascism, one is authoritarianism, where a ruler or a particular authority, a central figure is most focused, and what they say is final. They are all powerful. We want a powerful leader. That is the kind of ideology. Second is nationalism, love for the country. Country is the best. No hate, no thinking otherwise at all. The enemy nations are the other nations are enemy to us, and the citizens themselves, if they don't align with this nationalist ideology, you are enemies of the state. And India, the best is go to Pakistan if you are not in line with Indian nationalism. Totalitarianism. Everything is controlled by the government as such. All aspects of life, maybe politics, the economy, the culture, all things are governed and controlled by the government. And obviously, one of the facets or characteristics is use of violence and power. So, dialogue, coming for consensus is considered weakness, whereas you use power, you use violence, they are considered okay for achieving greater ends. So, actually, fascism as a philosophy grew to deconstruct individualism, materialism. It grew as an alternate to liberalism, conservatism. But you know what impact it has had. Just see how India it has grown. When it was growing in Italy, when it was growing in Germany, it was consistently growing in India as well. The Hindutva ideology. And its different leaders, let us see. Just for example, Hegdewar, the founder of RSS, his ideas. He wanted a military kind of organization. He wanted young Hindus to come together to work for the nation. The national pride and unity was focus. B.S. Munje, he was the mentor of Hegdewar, the RSS founder. He even visited Italy. He met Mussolini. He visited the military institution. He was a great admirer. And he has openly spoken about it. And he said, I want RSS to be after this. Savarkar is another person who has written, who is one who popularized or termed the word Hindutva, and his book on who is a Hindu or the essentials of Hindutva, he talks of these three things: Rashtra, Jati, Sanskriti, a common ground. Even today, the leaders are talking of something common language, common race, common religion, uniform civil code, and so on. Govalkar is another second supreme leader of RSS. In his bunch of thoughts, he writes, it is not poverty, deprivation, or structured injustice that is problem in our country, but it is Muslims, the Christians, the communists are the internal threats of the country. See, their extremist ideology, and it is very much in line with fascism. They don't openly say they are fascists, but very much in line, and the present government takes much inspiration from them. At this point, I just want to bring the contrast of Hinduism and Hindutva. Hinduism is a beautiful religion with its love for tolerance, acceptance, and so on. Swami Vivekananda introduces in the West, talking to the world religion of parliament, saying Hinduism is an exemplar of tolerance and universal acceptance. It has embraced other religions. It's tolerant the way it has functioned. But sadly, Hindutva is spoiling all these things. Hindutva, various aspects you see. It seeks uniformity, unquestioned loyalty to the nation. It attempts to repress dissenting views, expunge religious pluralism, secularism, and so on. In some way, Hindutva is. I read the book beautifully of Shashi Tharoor, who says, Why I'm a Hindu. The Hindutva ideology is something like our Christian ideology. We want a hierarchy. In Christianity, we have a hierarchy. There is a particular doctrine, dogma, and that is beautiful in Christianity. But they are trying to imitate it and trying to take it to an extreme to keep others out and cause trouble in the country. Here are some of these case studies that is let us focus on. One of the first authoritarian or fascist ruler in India is Srimati Indira Gandhi, the third prime minister of the country. She imposed the emergency from 1975 to 1977. She said, for the good of the country, for the security, for the unity of the country, I'm imposing this emergency where the oppression, there was no freedom, political leaders were put behind bar, no press, and so on. But in truth, it was her prime minister's chair that was in threat on behalf because of the Allahabad High Court justice that she did electoral malpractices. But she all did this just to save her prime minister's chair, not with a love for the country at all. And what happened after she was killed by her own Sikh bodyguard was anti-Sikh riots that swept Delhi and all over the country. The Congress leaders themselves led in the forefront, killing thousands of Sikhs. It is estimated 3,350 were killed, and unofficial figures go up to 17,000. This is another case we are very much familiar with, Babri Masjid Ram Janmabhoomi case. You know the background of it, but the reality is very beautifully. Ramachandra Guha says, India after Gandhi. It is Rajiv Gandhi, a Congress leader, who started all these things to appease the Hindus. And then it is LK Advani who used it openly, and the amount of violence, communal violence that has happened, how it has divided Hindus and Muslims in the country, we know it very well. And next year January, it is going to be open. Whether things will come to an end, I don't know. It's a big question mark there. The last one we are dealing with, a massive one, is 2002 Godhra riots. The Hindus were killed who were returning from Ayodhya, and in retaliation, the amount of massacre or genocide that happened in Gujarat is untold. But one thing that runs, it looks like it is spontaneous. No, sorry. It is well planned, it looks like, in some ways, very structured. The fascist power play in our Indian politics, I will not go into detail because I'll go to the next session. Actually, Moises' name in his book, The End of Power, says in this century it is easier to get power, harder to use power, and easier to lose power. It is difficult to be in power today because we have got the gadgets, mobility, information, everything. It is difficult to be in power. And then still the governments today try to control the power by using all the dirty tricks in their books. And in India, the best trick is mixing religion and politics. Let me go. What a way forward. We cannot deny, not just in India, worldwide, the fascist powers are there. How can we take these fascist powers head on? Or how can we solve this issue? Is what, as philosophers, as thinkers, we have to put our minds together. This is a battle against big lies. Some of you know in the book, The Revenge of Power, Moises' name again gives 5 battles. One of the first battle, and very important battle, is battle against the big lies. Politics was known to tell small kinds of lies. But now the amount of lies that is told is threatening or poisoning the democracy itself. How are we going to face this? And various things that are there: proper civic education, free press, media literacy, social media regulation. And one beautiful thing I found is use of AI enabled tools. I think AI can be a great beneficial in trying to unearth these fake news and fake narratives. They too can be influenced by general. At least we can have a great transparency with that. This is secondly with Habermas, a philosopher who, with his ideas of communicative action and public sphere, puts out his ideas how we can work for dialogue, how can we have communicative action is that which focus on mutual understanding and consensus, emphasizes on open and honest communication. Even public sphere is somewhere where rational, open, inclusive discourse can happen. Something like this, where we can come together, discuss with open mind, not biased minds. Can we promote such discussions? We have got educational institutes, various forums. Can we use these forums for open discussions? That's a big question to be done. One more is Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci was a victim of fascist government. He was imprisoned by Mussolini for speaking against his government. 11 years he was in the prison before he died. And in his prison notebooks, what he writes is the beautiful things of counter hegemony, the organic intellectuals, and so on. Now, what is how these dominant classes maintain power? They try to control all the institutions, the law, the education, media, religion, and they try to control all these things, and what they say is right. They do it either with consent or with coercion, or at nothing is possible, they use violence. This is how the dominant ideology is taking place or taking control. And we require counter hegemonic movements. The proletariat, the ones, the weaker, their ideas are open. It should be acceptable. We require intellectual, organic intellectuals who are open, who are in sign with these proletariat, the simple people.
There are some more things which Antonio Gramsci speaks about. He is a supporter of education, of grassroots level movements, labor unions. And one beautiful thing I like, unity among diverse groups. It's not just unity among Christians, those who think alike, even those who don't think alike. Celebrate the beauty and differences. And this is a long process which requires patience, determination, and sustained efforts. Finally, coming to an end, uh, there is no doubt the amount of violence that fascism has occurred, the tears that has flown, the blood that has flown in the streets, and with the elections in 2024, the atmosphere will be more vicious, more negativity, more polarization, more divisive nature will happen. And how are we going to counter it? I think there is need for very collaborative work. I think so far I was very negative of taking negative aspects of fascism. I want to stress at this point of time positivity because still there are good concerned citizens. There are very good, a wide majority of Hindus. There are good politicians. There are good media persons. I think we have to focus on that as well and work with these people. Today, individually, we cannot stand and do much. I think as Jesuits or as religious who stood with the Father Stan Swami, I think need to stand with every other oppressed people. I think change is possible. We can work together towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen, for your thought provoking session. Now it's time for short discussion and dialogue. The court is open for all. You're most welcome to put forth your insights or for asking clarifications regarding the last two presentations. We have 10 minutes in our hand.
It is not a question, it is just a observation. What is spoken about fear as a cause of violence? It is from the very childhood it is started. For example, if your mother will say, if you don't eat in my level gongo they say. Therefore, we always bring in fear for the child to eat, the child to sleep. Therefore, when it inside it, the childhood itself, possibly that is the root of your violence begins.
So, David and Nitin, a good analysis of the violence, and especially speaking from the basis of emotions that are fear. I just want some more insight into fear. Fear is very important, but how do you connect fear and prejudice? Because prejudice is also something. I sometimes feel fear or emotions come because of the mindset. So, are we also prejudice people, us versus them, because it's coming in most of the this. So, can you comment on something on that? Any one of you?
Actually, religious focus also aid violence and must about that happening. And we can also think in this way. They said like aid is fear. No, spread of the fear is okay. Like when there is a violence, we and then we say that it tries because we try one because we really losing to violence. But actually speaking, this political maybe innocent. Like there is another element which is playing into this way. And this fear is built up through this false narrative and this unreasonable practice like envy. So that frequently the reason of this decreasing because that is accumulated over generations and that causes decrease. And that this decrease causes like cause that fear can also yeah, I think prejudice is not natural, but it is built up. Like human beings have a tendency to be prejudiced, and that prejudice mentality is made up through this narratives. Thank you.
Congratulations to both of you. My question was for the second elections of 2024 is not yet, it is not yet come up like. So, how can you say that there will be more violent attacks and all? So, may I have your opinion on this one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a yeah. We are also aware that 2024 the election has not yet come. What we're suggesting here is looking at the history of what what the political parties have done through hate speech, through division. Like for example, Owen talked about opening of the Ram Janmabhoomi that case. It may it's not that may that there will be division there will be hate speech by the political parties whichever the party it may be, so through that we are suggesting that there will be division of the groups, the communal division between the groups, so that may take a violent turn in whatever an upcoming election. So that's what we are trying to say.
The question for the first group. From the second group, I would said that you said fear is the source of violence, something like that. So always said that we have to be fearful communications. So I have a question that do we need to be fearful or do we need to be not fearful?
Actually, the answer should be will be we need to be more prudent. Like where to fear, what to fear. Like in the fear which we discussed was an exaggerated fear or a political fear that divide two communities and polarize those communities. And I think uh, Brother Owen has told we should be fearful about that fear. We should be prudent and we should be cautious about that fear that will divide the community. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you to both the presenters. This question is to Owen and Jeevan's group. I think there's a lot of truth in what you said about comparing BJP and Congress, that the communal politics, if you really take a look at, there's a lot of, both of them do play communal politics. Even, in fact, a lot of parties in India, like the Communist Party in Kerala, also play communal politics. But it's a comment, you can just make your remark. But what I see the danger is that the fragmentation and polarization is not in hiding. It's just open with the current regime. That I think is much more dangerous. There is a normalization of polarization that is happening. Just a comment. Thank you for the paper.
We saw Hindutva as little in a negative sense, while the other religions they have love for their own religion, like keeping their rules and regulations, especially taking to the context of Christianity. We don't allow others to take Holy Communion. This is just an example. Just an example. Till certain years, Hindu religion, let's say Hindu religion was very tolerant towards the other religions. Now, seeing the conversions or any invasion and all those things. Now they also want to protect their religion. Can we look Hindutva as positive perspective also?
Okay, it's a good comment. I think that is the contrast between Hinduism and Hindutva. Hindutva is working on that. You are under threat. You are in problem. Muslims are taking over. You don't have a common place for like your religious place, like Christians have Jerusalem and Mecca and so on. That is what they are playing. Hinduism itself is very good thing, nothing wrong. Hindutva is what is it trying to use it for political mileage, to divide people, for otherization, to prove that Muslims are demons or Christians are bad. That ideology surely will not agree for it. Many fellows says, yes, we are Hindus. Good. Hinduism is a very beautiful religion. Much even Christianity has to learn from them. And every religion has got its positives and negatives. But Hindutva or in that sense, certain aspects in Christianity and Muslims, Islam should be openly denounced.
We have two more pages and my question is open. I yeah, fear violence. My question is as young people, we should be the assets of change. We should be. My question is how can we are given the practical solution about violence, fear, what are the practical solutions we can do? Like first step we can do is something.
For this, it is like there is one question like, are all Muslims are terrorists? And the answer is, according to my knowledge, they are not. So the solution will be to look into our knowledge, like to stop and look how I feel to other community and not being influenced by what other uh, by not being influenced by this propaganda. And another practical solution will be if we take the example of tribals, we can have a community building programs, a program where there is dialogue and sharing, so we can resist this propaganda that spread this political fear. I think that can be a solution. There will be more solutions, but this is the solution which we feel.
Thank you, dear friends, for your wonderful sessions. Let's give a round of applause. Without much delay, let's move on to the next presentation by Maria G and Oliver John Matthew on the paper.
So, welcome and warm greetings to one and all hearing me, distinguished professors and staffs from JD and SN, and all my dear friends. Today I will be presenting my paper on the topic Girardian Perspectives of Mimetic Violence with an emphasis on Ayodhya issue. As the title is divided with a colon, so my presentation is divided in two parts. The first part deals with the conceptual understanding of mimetic violence, and the second part traces this concept in the Ayodhya issue. So let's begin. This is Rene Girard, whose thought we would be extensively discussing in this session. This is the birth centenary year of Rene Girard, and on this occasion, I would like to offer my respect and tribute to this eminent thinker. His works are based on the anthropological philosophy, deriving the notions from the study of ancient literature. Now, mimetic violence. The term mimetic violence is a synthetic term glued by myself on the basis of his two fields of studies. The first is the mimetic theory, which is the theory for which he is well known. This theory studies the fundamentals of a human nature and the basic drives of humans. The main concepts dealt in it would be mimetic desire, mimetic doubling, and his most famous scapegoat mechanism. The second is the stereotypes he discusses that are necessary in the sense that they are found in almost all cases of collective violence and persecutions. And the three stereotypes are, as he mentions, crisis, lack of differentiation, and choice of victim, which we would discuss further. Man is the creature who does not know what to desire, and he turns to others in order to make up his mind. We desire what others desire because we imitate their desires. This is said by Rene Girard. The two key terms to decipher Rene Girard's thought is imitation and desire. The implication and relevance of this quote will be clear in the next slide. Mimetic desire. Mimetic means imitation. The modern and contemporary existential philosophers like Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, Sartre, and Freud give prominence to will or the desiring aspect of human being to show the autonomy of humans. And in that sense, the desire is a linear affair. It starts from your subject and ends with the object. But René Girard, on the other hand, emphasized on desire by further developing this string of thought. But at the same time, he gave the revolutionary idea that desire is never linear but triangular, meaning human desires are not autonomous in itself, but it is aroused through the liking and the desires of others. So he says, man is a desiring being where one doesn't know what to desire and looks on to others for the solution. This is his concept of mimetic desire. Now, after showing the dependency of desire to the other, Girard gives a situation that we face in our day to day life. As stated earlier, he deals with the anthropological and social dimension of human beings. It is by mimicking the rival one moves towards the desired object. By doing so, both reciprocates and become similar, or in other words, like twins. And so he here shows that humans are directed towards object through mimetic desire. And many times this rivalry imitate each other and their endeavor to possess the object end up in close proximity. So what next? In most of the cases, this rivalry tends to violent outcomes, as the object cannot be divided either. Theory essentializes rivalry in the process, but not violence. Now, this third part of mimetic theory, this now deals with scapegoat mechanism. So now this process leads to immense tension, which cannot be pacified, but has to be lashed out in some or the other way. The rivals' conflict leads to the mechanism of scapegoatism, where a rival is either excommunicated or exterminated in order to have a complete possession of the object of desire. After extensive study of literature, he has developed the mimetic theory, and he says that the death of Christ is a clear outcome of scapegoat process where Christ was innocent, and so the true nature of mechanism was unveiled through the execution of the innocent. To sum it up, mimetic theory's first part is dealing with mimetic desire, that is, desire is based on imitation. The second, mimetic rivalry, which says that rivalry by imitating the opponent moves towards resembling the other. And third part, scapegoat mechanism, where the victims are not selected or they are not executed for the wrongdoings, but because of the desire of the other. These are related even to a fierce college election that we see in a day-to-day circumstances, and even to national politics. So it has a kind of universal application. Then his stereotypes of violence. These are the three musts for persecution or violence according to René Girard. The first he defines as crisis. He says there has to be a natural catastrophe or human made misery that is the first step towards violence. In any turn, the mob violence, we can definitely find that there is a crisis working behind it. The second is a lack of differentiation. This condition is often left unnoticed, but it is present in most of the violent scenarios. Two groups fight against each other when they both become similar. For this reason, it is said in the Bible that if one hits you on one cheek, show the other. If hitting is reciprocated, it will end up in both becoming similar to one another, and it would lead to a progression of violence. Third, victimization. It happens when the victims are selected not for the crimes committed, but because he belongs to the class that is susceptible to crimes. It is very evident in the present scenario, political scenario of India, where mob lynching, anti-conversion laws, or bulldozing politics are focused mainly on a particular group of people. So now coming to the mimetic violence. So the mimetic violence is a synthesis of these both, where mimicking of desire becomes an initial crisis, mimicking the rival leads to lack of differentiation, and scapegoat mechanism is seen to be a solution wherein the other is victimized. Rene Girard says, nothing perhaps could be more banal than the role of violence in awakening desire. Now let's check the traces of mimetic violence in the Ayodhya issue. First, let's look into the evidence of a temple beneath Babri Masjid as claimed by the Hindus. According to this source, the political abuse of history, they say that there is no archaeological evidence that there stood a temple before the building of Babri Masjid Mosque. And the second point is that the Ayodhya in Ramayana is not compatible to the present Ayodhya structure, which should be a structure which is compatible to a 8th century BC geographically and also structurally. The third one, even the controversies arise from the Buddhist and Jaina texts, which present the present Ayodhya as Saketa. And there is evidence, that historical evidence, that this town of Saketa was renamed to Ayodhya by a Gupta king, King Skanda, in the 5th century AD. And so, after the 7th century AD, all the references to the Ayodhya is categorical. That means it represents the present Ayodhya, and the only notable proof that is to be given is a ambiguous history of some king Vikramaditya who rediscovered the lost Ayodhya after the advice of a yogi. It more seems to be like a fable. It doesn't have much proof. And so then what did actually lead to the Babri Masjid dispute? It was in the year 1880 when the dispute in the Ayodhya land issues entered in the official British records. The dispute began with the claims of Sunni Muslims that the temple in Hanumargiri was built after demolishing a mosque. Does it sound familiar? Yes, of course. It resonates to the later claim by the Hindus regarding the Babri Masjid mosque. The Hanumangiri temple is just 1 kilometer away from Babri Masjid mosque. So this is the Babri Masjid mosque, which is not present today, and the other one is the Hanumangiri temple, which is present in Ayodhya. Now, if we look on the disclosure of events, then in the year 1528, Babri Masjid was built in Ayodhya, and in the year 1855, Sunni Muslims claim that Hanumangiri temple is built after demolishing a mosque. And in the year 1859, they believe that Babri Masjid is the place of birth of Lord Rama gains popularity, and also that the Babri Masjid was built after demolishing a temple also gains popularity. And in the year 1992, 6th December, the Babri Masjid and also 23 other local mosques were demolished. And also around 2,000 people lost their life in throughout India, the whole part of India, including Hindus and Muslims. And in the 2 days after, you can see that almost 30 temples were destroyed in partially or completely in Pakistan by Muslims. So, depending on the earlier theories that we saw, we can see that the primary crisis arose due to the mimetic desire of Sunni Muslims who claimed Hanumangiri temple to be built after demolishing a mosque, and then lack of differentiation, that they both acted very similar afterwards by claiming that Babri Masjid was built after demolishing a temple, and in many of the instances, like giving appeal to the court, if one approaches the court, the other also approaches, and in many aspects, they kept imitating each other. They kept repeating the process, and it came to almost a conclusion with the scapegoat mechanism. That is, by demolishing the mosque in one hand, and it can be seen that it is repeated in Pakistan also. Its repercussions is there in Pakistan, where almost 30 temples were destroyed. Now, there is a clear sign of mimetic violence from this proof. In the on 9th November 2019, the final judgment was produced by Supreme Court regarding the Ayodhya issue, and just 1 month or less than a month before, the primary Muslim litigant had said that they are willing to drop their appeals in the matter of the demolishing of Babri Masjid if the center is willing to guarantee that all other places of worship in India will be protected from similar encroachment. So they are telling that they are trying to uh, retreat if the center is willing, because again many mosques were claimed to be the place of a temple, and so it is repeating again, it is getting imitated and it is growing. And so we can now check how this has helped the political party. Now, I would not claim that mimetic violence is the sole cause for BJP's emergence to power, but there is definitely a correlation of the event, which we will discuss now. In the year 1980, BJP came into existence. In the year 1984, they contested first election, they got only 2 seats. In the year 1989, they supported Ayodhya movement and they gained 85 seats. And in the year 1991, they joined the Ram Rath Yatra and the tally progressed to almost 120 seats. And in the year 1992, there was the demolition of Babri Masjid. And in the following year, this data is taken from their official site. They have claimed this to be their history. And they have claimed that in the year 1993 and 1995, they could progress in these many states. And in the following first election, they could win for the first time and they could form a stable government in the year 1999. So this is a graph of their growth where all the years denote some or the other way related to Babri Masjid or the Ayodhya issue. And even afterwards, even 2019, the judgment came, and that time the election favored them. And next year is a supposed uh, completion of the temple, and it is again coinciding with the election in India. And so, some of the insights, we cannot draw a distinction between the rational discrimination or arbitrary persecution in these circumstances. And there's a clear shift from land to identity. The primary focus of them was not land actually, but the identity. It has changed over time. And then the deconstruction claims is a remainder of differences. That is, uh, we should be more open to the identity claims. Uh, we should open our eyes to how the similarity of events are coming, so that we can trace the trace the issues, and that the root of violence is believed to be uh, mimetic imitation by the author, and then it is difficult to recognize mimesis. That is the main issue that arises. It is evident in most of the cases, but it is difficult to recognize. And I would end with this statement that it says the concealed relationship between persecution and power structures as a whole. And that is what Rene Girard tried to expose through his theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother John, for sharing your Sotsi and Sushil Hasda on the paper titled From Violence Towards Fair and Just Society. Welcome, brother.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our topic is From Violence Towards Fair and Just Society. Analyzing from Manipur's ethnic violence from the perspectives of Yon, Jacques Rousseau, and John Rawls. These are the contents we're going to deal with. Naval Chamberlain in war, whichever side may call itself the victor, there are no winners, but all are losers. Now let's first understand the concept of communal violence. It refers to hostilities that arise between religious, ethnic, or communal groups within a society. It involves acts of violence such as raids, attacks, and are driven by deep-seated social, cultural, economic, and political division. Communal violence can have a devastating consequences such as loss of life, property damage, and long-lasting social and psychological scars on affected communities. Therefore, in our presentation, we're going to specifically analyze the Manipur's ethnic violence, which is a very complex and deeply rooted issue. Before we analyze in detail about the violence, let us see the uniqueness of Manipur. Manipur is known as the land of giants due to its distinctive geography with 9 hill district encircling an oval-shaped valley resembling a necklace. This state is celebrating not only its rich cultural heritage, but also its diverse music, form, landscapes like the Lotak Lake, which is the Northeast Indian's largest freshwater lake. Within this lake lies the Kaibulanjo National Park, the world's only floating national park that inhabit for the danger of Shanghai. This region is also blessed with the Zaku Valley covered in vibrant flowers and the enchanting Shiroi Hills graced with rare and endemic flora. In the realm of sports, Manipur emerged as a powerhouse of athletes such as Mary Kom and Mirabai Chanu. And in Manipur, around 45 players represented in various of the clubs across the country. It's a remarkable number. To understand better, let's see the composition of Manipur. The Manipur is also like a football stadium. If you look at the map there, the Imphal Valley, comprising of 6 districts, is like a playfield where most of the infrastructures activities are focused here, and most of the infrastructure are focused there. It is like a playfield, and the surrounding hills are like galleries comprising of 9 districts where they are less developed in these hill areas. The Manipur can also broadly classified into 3 communities: Meiteis, Nagas, and Kukis. You can see the figure there. These Meiteis inhabited mostly in this valley are well populated with 53%. And the Nagas inhabited in this area with 24%. And the Kuki inhabited in this area with 23%. In this Meitei, out of 60 MLAs, they represented 40 MLAs. And the Nagas and Kukis represented both 10 each, 20 together. So there is a lot of inequality distribution with the population is very contrasting with the population and the geographical occupied geographical areas. So the Meiteis mostly follow Hindus, Muslims, and Sanamahides traditional religion, and the tribals they mostly follow Christianity. The media has also aptly portrayed Manipur as the mini war zone because each of those three communities have fought each other. In 1993, Hindu Hindu Meiteis clashed with Hindu Pangals. As I said, among the Meiteis. And there was horrific violence between Nagas and Kukis, both are tribals. And all sides have clashed with Indian security forces. And finally, the latest flare-up is between the Meiteis majority and the Kuki minority. Now let's flashback the history of Manipur from the perspectives of Rousseau's social contract theory. The history of Manipur reflects the transformation of a state of relative freedom into a state marked by inequality, conflict, and the need for a sovereign authority to restore balance and justice. As I explained in the composition, how unequal in the geographical uh, areas, how they occupy, and the representation of MLAs. Rousseau's theory begins with the idea that man is born free and he is everywhere in chains. And in the context of Manipur, initially the region can be seen as the state of nature, where various communities live relatively simple and egalitarian manner. However, as the population grew, competition for resources increased, and communities began to form into family units, tribes, and eventually larger communities. Inequalities and social conflicts became prevalent. So in Manipur's history, we can see parallels to this concept as well. The unequal distribution of political representation, as I already explained. And all this contributed to social tensions and conflicts. The situation of Manipur's ongoing violence is like Mark Twain's story. If we collect 100 black ants and 100 red ants and put them together in the jar, nothing will happen. But if we shake it violently, leave it on the ground, then they will start killing each other, believing that the other is the enemy, when the real enemy is the one who shook the jar. In other words, now let us figure out who shook the jar. In other words, who caused the violence or what are the factors which led to the communal violence in Manipur. I shall briefly explain the 10 key factors. First is demand for scheduled tribe status. Violence first erupted on May 3rd when all tribal student union had peaceful protests against the demand of Meitei ST status. Some miscreants burned the Anglo-Kuki War Memorial Gate, which escalated the violence throughout the state. Second is rising Meitei extremist group. After the violence triggered in Kuki-dominated area, the news spread like wildfire, and Meiteis started attacking the Meiteis, burning houses, churches, and within no time, the whole Manipur started burning. Third, the biased role of government actions and narratives. Though the Nagas are more vocal and stronger opponent to the demand of ST status by Meitei, but they targeted only the Kuki community, as I have classified all those three groups. Chief Minister himself is anti-Kuki, spreading hate speeches, which contributed to division and mistrust. Fourth, media false narratives. False narratives and hate speech targeting specific communities fuel hatred and mistrust. Due to fake news and false narratives, leading to that viral video, two women paraded naked. Fifth, armed insurgency. Manipur has been a hotbed of insurgent group with various political and territorial objectives. Six, illegal immigrants. After the coup in Myanmar by the military, illegal Kuki immigrants find it easy to settle down in hill districts of Manipur since they are familiar in language, cultures, and appearance. Poppy cultivation. Poppy cultivation in hill area, especially inhabited by Kukis, has led to environmental degradation and challenge law enforcement. 8. Economic disparities. The rates of poverty and unemployment are high, which contributed to grievances and tensions. 9. Manipur's territorial integrity. Nagas demanded for Naga nations and Kuki demanded for Kuki land. So Manipur's territorial integrity has been a very sensitive issue over the potential reorganization of a state's boundaries. And tenth, the threat of ethnic identity. The Naga and Kukis are against granting ST status because Meitei are already represented in government, jobs, and better economic status. So they argue that if they are granted the ST status, they will grab their land. They will grasp their lands and their reservation jobs. On the other hand, the Meiteis are demanding for ST status because if they are in the general category, they cannot buy land in the hill areas. As well as with the influx of illegal immigrants, they fear that they will gradually outnumber in the valley area. These are the facts and figures reported by Inspector General Police, I.K. Muva. Next is the way forward from the perspective of John Rawls on just society. I will just go straight to the points. From John Rawls' perspective, several steps could be addressed the communal violence tensions in Manipur. First is behind the veil of ignorance. This means engaging communities in discussions where they are asked to imagine themselves without knowledge of their own ethnic or communal background. Second, fairness and equality of opportunity. Ensure that access to education, employment, and other opportunities is open to all communities on an equal basis. Third, redistributive policies. Social and economic inequalities should only be permitted if they benefit the least advantaged members of society. Fourth, social safety net. Establish a robust safety net as Rose advocated to protect the most vulnerable members of society. Fifth, political leadership. Encourage political leaders to promote unity, empathy, and impartiality rather than exacerbating division and mistrust. 6. Media responsibility. Promote responsible journalism and fact-based reporting. 7. Addressing territorial integrity. Engage in peaceful and inclusive dialogues to address concerns related to Manipur's territorial integrity. 8. Economic development. Focus on creating job opportunities, improving living standards, and reducing poverty for all communities. 9. Community engagement. encourage open and inclusive forums for communities to discuss their concerns and grievances. This can build trust and reduce tensions. And finally, 10. Conflict resolution. Invest in conflict resolution and peace building initiatives to address the root cause of community violence and promote reconciliation among communities. Incorporating all this will resolve the community tensions in Manipur. Rousseau's theory also emphasized the importance of collective self-governance and the idea that sovereignty should belong to the people as a whole. In the case of Manipur, finding a way to create a sovereign authority that truly represents the general will of all its diverse communities could be a step towards addressing the historical and ongoing violence and conflicts in the region. Critical remark. However, Manipur will never be the same again. Though those way forwards are profound and applicable, the question arises, who will be the right mediator to initiate between the two communities? Or how pragmatic those proposals are in reality? As the people have a trust deficit, the wounds are so deep and the hatred is innermost for both the Kuki-Zo and Meitei communities. They accuse each other of propagating false narratives about the other community in social media, and those who are vocal in speaking up the truth are suppressed in their voices. The atrocities and escalations have gone beyond limits. It is an utter failure of the center and state government unable to control the violence from the very beginning. I would rather say that they are the root cause of perpetuating the escalating directly or indirectly. It is crystal clear because of their indifferent attitude, shedding crocodile tears and blah blah blah, as the telegram had aptly described. And the chief minister openly provoking the Kuki-Zo community, calling the whole community as narco-terrorists and illegal immigrants. They are giving unjust treatment to the Kuki-Zo community and favoring to Meitei community. They are the one who shocked the jar for Meitei and Kuki-Zo. Though they ought to step down from their positions on their constitutional, political, and moral failures, they do not have even guts to be accountable for their failures despite the disastrous escalation of the ongoing violence. Still, they have not come up with a constructive measure to restore lasting peace, which intrigues and draw the attention of the international. Enough of the atrocities, enough of the injustice, and enough of the escalation. We can no longer to be a mute spectator. Common people have suffered enough and they are desperately longing for lasting solutions to live in peaceful coexistence. Last bit.
For the panel discussion, we can take up the point.
Conclusion. The only hope is God's intervention through all right-thinking citizens who will stand for the victims and voice courageously against the unjust government. The people who uphold the dignity of every human life and right should work together collectively for a just and fair society and eliminate those who try to divide by instigating communal violence. Let me conclude with these last 4 lines of Pratap's next poem, Don't Cry for Me, India. We, you children who were timid, silent, and frightened so far, will become the voice of the voiceless. Now we refuse to be caged. We will no longer remain as silent spectators. Now we will rise as prophets of hope I've seen the great sound of freedom, where the mind is without fear, to free and rebuild a shattered motherland. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul and Sushil. Now I request the presenters to kindly occupy the seats on the stage. My dear friends, as we know, we have 10 minutes of time for the dialogue. I request anyone to put forth your insights or any clarifications.
Just for a clarification, one explanation to Paul and Sushil. You were talking about, when you were talking about the solutions, you were talking about territorial integrity. There was one point in the slide addressing territorial integrity. Could you explain a bit more what you mean by territorial integrity? Thank you.
Okay, nicely, Father.
So, I'm mistaken I thought in your slides when you were talking about the solutions.
Yes.
One point, there were like 7, 8, 8, 9 points there. One, I think point number 7 was addressing territorial integrity. I'm curious to know what this is, the territorial integrity. I didn't understand that point, so I'm asking for more clarification on that one point. Thank you.
As we know that there is a lot of insurgencies in Manipur. It's a hotbed to the Manipur. Uh, as I classified the communities broadly into 3 groups: Meiteis, Kukis, and Nagas. Nagas are also demanding for greater Nagaland. Whole of Nagaland is Nagas, and in part of Manipur also there are Nagas living there. As I saw in the map, inhabiting in big areas bigger than the cookies. So they are demanding for the independence, as well as the cookies are also demanding for independence. So there is a lot of it's a very sensitive issues. That's what I want to that is okay. I'm speaking about in a long time process, but yeah, addressing here. The solution. I was sorry. I was speaking about the causes and factors, but there are switch. You were asking about the switch, right? Here in the solution is addressing territorial integrity. Engage peaceful and inclusive dialogues to address concerns related to Manipur's integrity, respecting the cultural, historical, and identity. They have to respect each other while they are discussing, while they are having dialogue with various communities. That's what I mean. They have to respect their culture. They have to, uh, yeah, they have to respect one another and solve these issues. Mutually solve these solutions. Thank you.
and Sushil, the church came up so much about Manipur, lot of dharna and all that. I'm asking, does the state consider any or give any importance to the Christians there, or do Christians have a role to play in what is happening there?
Most of the Christians of Manipur are tribals, and the present government is the ruling government is BJP. So, in a way, the government is uh, trying to say that he is with the Christians, but in reality, if you see, then he is uh, not with them. So he has not much done for the tribals over there.
Just another question, just to ask your opinion about the memetic violence that you mentioned. And it was very insightful. I like the theory of yours and the way you applied Rene Girard's view on this memetic violence, showing the imitation. How do you see Congress and BJP? Because you mentioned only about BJP, but both also imitating each other. So would you also apply the same theory to both the parties also, each one imitating one another? Would you comment anything on that?
Actually, to be frank, I have not thought about a party as such. So I had taken an issue and have tried to dissect it. But according to Rene Girard, even in every culture or myth, or even he has focused more on literature, so social basis. He had studied many things, and he says that the base of everything is this mimetic desire. And so even he quotes Aristotle and all, and he says that it is never negative as such. It is how we apply. It becomes negative if we apply with a negative intention, and it is also positive. Like children is learned by mimicking the parents and all. So in that sense, I would like to clarify that mimetic desire need not always be negative in that sense. And this Congress BJP, like that, I have not done the study. Sorry. Thank you.
To both the groups. I just had one doubt of when you said like the example of twinning in the mimetic part. Like for example, if both aim for something similar, then eventually it will lead to any one's extermination or elimination. But in case if one doesn't mimic the other, so what do you feel would be the end result? I mean, will still one of them eliminate the other, or is it a possibility that the cycle can end? The reason I ask is like here we saw in the Ayodhya issue, both of them are after the same thing, similar things. But say Nazi Germany versus Jews. So the Jews could not fight against the Germans, but still they had to face or confront the results of that, the consequence. So do you think it can end? Is there a possibility of ending? At the end, it did end, like with the World War ending and all, it did come to an end. But what do you think? What is your thinking on this?
Actually, yeah, this mimetic rivalry, need not come in the intermediary. It can directly lead to scapegoat mechanism also. So there we can see the scapegoat. They are victimized as scapegoat, and so in Girardin perspective, he tries to expose the reality, like Heidegger, like Aletheia. He would like to expose the mechanism so that this dynamics is made known to everyone. So, actually, in the contemporary situation, even in Israel-Palestine issue, we can see that one is saying that they are resisting and they are attacking the other, and the other is saying that they are defending and they are attacking the other. So, this type of twinning is seen in most of the cases, but as you mentioned in Nazi Germany issue, sometimes it is not, and still it leads, but it is more of like a psychopathic problem. In usual mob violences, as far as Girard studied, it is always coming in these three stages.
these pathways of and then bring flowers and by frequencies by 555. So if the bill is 20, then when you apply the Z by 550, you go to those sessions and no other questions. And you can send to us also. Thank you.
Check.
Alex, over to you.
This has not happened to the BJP in India. Why? The BJP, as we know, is the political wing of the Sangh Parivar, which, as we can see from this brief timeline, which I'll call Hindutva 1.0 up to 2012, has been very good at leveraging conflicts for its growths. Well, post 2012, Hindutva 2.0, so to speak, has shown a ramped up ability to harness tactics like the demonization of their opponents, exerting control over educational and cultural institutions, Sanskritizing culture, manipulating political perceptions, and taking advantage of any and every contingency to take down their enemies. What does this indicate? The Downs moderation hypothesis talks about parties which stay within the original spectrum. Such parties eventually converge towards the mean and become moderate. But sometimes groups like the Sangh Parivar, as we have seen, manage to create an anti-system dimension. The average citizen realizes this only when it results in some kind of drastic regime change. But astute observers will have noticed subtle changes in public mindsets, culture, and even popular entertainment. What is not so very visible initially is the presence of a solid organizational structure, a substructure really, upon which these visible changes rest. In our context, the Sangh Parivar, both in India and abroad, forms this substructure. The soul of the substructure, the motivating force, the life force, is the idea of the Hindu Rashtra. As many political observers have pointed out, this strategy, namely the harnessing of the subjective views of one particular group, which is important to those in power, so that they stay in power and decide what is remembered and what is not, is actually a project of what is called memory politics. So, what we should now see is how has the Hindutva, which has grown for 1.5 centuries through these structures, like the famous tale of the Chinese bamboo, how has it harnessed the already existing memory politics tradition in India? Is memory politics really a thing in India, by the way? If you take a look, the first Republic Day parade was a conscious attempt by Nehru to create an intentional narrative of the newly independent India. You must have noticed in the recent news that the fact that an RSS group marched in the 1963 Republic Day parade was a matter of intense controversy, whether they were really invited by Nehru or not. In the history of Indian politics, politically leveraging photo opportunities with world leaders is nothing new. It's evidently an old trick, as is the art of the catchy slogan. Personality cults form very easily around charismatic leaders unless they take the care to disown them. Defense accomplishments have always been used to add luster to political optics. In the emergency, we see a very familiar mix of authoritarianism and propaganda. Whipping up public sentiment has always been a reliable morale booster. Some political observers even observe a parallel in the authoritarian styles of Modi today and Indira Gandhi previously. Names for government schemes have always offered propaganda opportunities, as have implementing reforms just in time for the elections. Themes like the alleviation of poverty and increase of employment have made repeated appearances in the Indian political discourse. When the Vajpayee government came to power, which is an instance of Hindutva 1.0, they mostly continued the previous trends, at least externally, whether it was in the field of international relations, nuclear testing, or in defense measures, even in peace initiatives. Successes and failures were more or less openly acknowledged. However, there was sufficient hints of a violent dynamic operating in the background. During the elections, there was a lot of boasting about their development, which worked against them. The following government was not able to project enough of an aura of reliability and development, and they lost the battle of memory politics, with their boasts becoming as unconvincing as that of the previous government. What we see from this is memory politics has always been a thing in India. What Hindutva 2.0 has added, as we have seen in today's morning session, is religious extremism and an open anti-secularism. Now, what could possibly counter this kind of ideology? We couldn't call this a violent memory, because as many of you will remember, Savarkar in his book on Who the Hindu Is says that identity of the Hindu is inextricably bound up with violence. So their memories which are being cultivated in Hindutva are violent memories. What can stand up against such violent memories? We will attempt to answer this by delving into the ideas of two celebrated experts of memory politics and tying them up with a very little known but important figure in the politics of dissent. First, we shall look at Metz. He was a German Catholic post-World War II theologian. Though a theologian, he also dialogued with philosophy, taking his point of departure from the anamnestic reason of the Frankfurt School, and later collaborating with and even earning the grudging admiration of Habermas. His political conceptual framework was developed in the context of Nazi Germany, but later it has found worldwide application. For Metz, the modern self was fragmented by self-exaltation. Self becomes another commodity in the market, and it becomes apathetic by the mixing of serious and trivial media content. Facing the complexities of reality, it chooses comfortable fundamentalism. The only solution, therefore, is to cherish the unprofitable, dangerous memory of the sufferer. This changes our mode of political action as nothing else can. Thus, dangerous memories are subversive, and they are a narrative which keeps possibilities open, and they are dangerous to those in power, and they are the seeds of resistance and act as identity markers. The thing Metz added was that the God of the living and the dead keeps alive the suffering of those who are dead.
If dangerous memories are what we need, how are they formed? For this, we shall look at the thought of Elizabeth Jellin, who specialized in studying how the mothers of the disappeared in Argentina kept their memories alive. For Jellin, it is important that unlike scientific time, historical time could always be accessible for reshaping. Multiple temporalities can coexist. Thus, the formation of memory is not automatic, but it is a labor. And individual memory is always situated within the context of political memory. When a memory is passed down to another generation, it is done in the process of a narrative. Those who take initiative to craft these narratives are what she calls memory entrepreneurs. Often, a master narrative takes shape in the nation. And this master narrative is frequently seen to be in flux, depending on the priorities of those who are the current memory entrepreneurs. Even silence adds to this master narrative because it shows contempt for certain groups. Finally, for Jellin, it is the emergence of various plural such narratives drawing from the past, which can always be reshaped, that provides an effective challenge to the master narrative in the nation. So, if crafting such alternate memories requires intentional labor, what sort of spaces are conducive to such intentional labor? How are they formed? Clearly, social structures to support them must be in space. For this, we'll turn to Vaclav Benda, a little-known Czech Catholic political philosopher. He calls such structures the parallel polis. Benda is not so well known, but his friend Vaclav Havel and his insight that organization is the power that the powerless have, that is much more well known. Benda joined the Czech resistance against the communists when he and his wife noticed that their children were unconsciously imbibing the lies of the government. In this, he is similar to another post-World War II Cold War era intellectual, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, whose famous maxim was, "Live not by lies." Like Solzhenitsyn, Benda understood that the individual is very significant in politics. Ironically, it is because they have understood this that the Sangh Parivar has become successful. Benda deplored the fact that modern politics was more of a mechanical and statistical calculus which trivialized human relations. In such authoritarian regimes, what happens is human bonds are consciously replaced with a pseudo-politics of display on the part of those in the regime. And in proportion to the hyper-politicized regime, we see a depoliticization or a political apathy in the ruled or the populace. So what Benda proposed was a repoliticization of society, participatory politics, which would be parallel to the representative politics, which would be based on human bonds and values like honesty and freedom and love. In India even, we see these bonds forming during many popular movements like the Farmers' Revolt and the CAA protests. The problem is that these are not conserved beyond these movements. In order to conserve this, we need stable spaces, parallel structures, which can give space to this kind of participatory politics. Today, we see the formation of a parallel news network. Unfortunately, they are under persecution. Therefore, for Benda, such measures could not be left to chance like flowers blooming in the cracks of concrete. They had to be intentionally constructed, much like trench warfare. John Paul II's involvement in the underground theater in occupied Poland is an example of one such parallel political structure. Today, the internet makes it much easier to construct such structures, and they are even helpful to conserve oral cultures. However, this facility may soon be under threat if the current dispensation has its way with the Digital Data Protection Bill. Now, the question is, fine, can this work in India? After all, wasn't it created in Eastern Europe in the Cold War era? Is it even relevant here? Many political observers seem to think so. Incidentally, Hannah Arendt's idea of participatory politics was recently discussed in Assam. Even Varun Gandhi has written a recent article where he proposes such structures. Therefore, what would a parallel polis in India look like? Let's look back. After the partition, the construction of the idea of India became a national project for us. The Congress increasingly became an umbrella organization with only care for stability.
and weak vision made the already existing Hindutva preferences within the Congress to become more marked, while the Sangh Parivar structures grew. As a result, over decades, Hindutva became culturally strong. Okay, what can we do now? We can't take on the Hindutva structures directly, but we can cultivate parallel structures in a decentralized and participatory manner. These would provide spaces to cherish those same dangerous memories which challenge the regime. These would exist in parallel with official structures, and when such a parallel space forms, even if some of these trenches are destroyed, the whole would not collapse, much like the internet is a distributed system. If new trenches were built, the grassroots network would slowly reconstitute itself, and surely it would lead to an emergent new vision of India, which would be a participatory commitment to live not by lies. Fine. How do we make this a reality? There are already some modalities like neighborhood parliaments, hyperlocal cultures, Gandhi's organic circles, oceanic circles, self-help groups, and microfinance groups, and even the network state of modern times. Exploring these is beyond the scope of this current work and would form the scope of future work. So finally, the practical work of constructing the parallel polis so that dangerous memories can be the cherished is the responsibility of each individual. So let us take it as a challenge and construct trenches of the parallel polis right where we are. Thank you.
Scholastic Nirmal Savio. I now request Elio Das Setu and Kiran Alan Brett to present their paper titled Hannah Arendt's Political Philosophy and its Relevance in Understanding Contemporary Socio-Political Issues.
Scholastic Kiran and I will be presenting on Hannah Arendt's political philosophy and its relevance in understanding contemporary social political issues. Hannah Arendt is an influential personality in 20th century whose work continue to provoke thought and discussion. In this presentation, we explore her life, key works, and significant contributions that have left a lasting impact on political theory and philosophy. The life of Hannah Arendt. Arendt was born in Hanover, Germany, into a German Jewish family. She grew up during a time of political and social turmoil in Europe, and her Jewish heritage would play a significant role in her life, especially during the rise of the Nazi regime. During World War II, Arendt's experiences included working with Jewish relief organizations and witnessing the horrors of the Holocaust. Her work with refugees and first-hand exposure to the atrocities of the war had a profound impact on her philosophical thought and her understanding of totalitarianism. As a Jewish intellectual, Arendt was forced to flee Nazi Germany. She lived in France and eventually found refuge in the United States, where she would continue her academic and intellectual pursuits. Arendt's influential works, Origins of Totalitarianism, was published in 1951. In this groundbreaking work, Arendt examined the rise of totalitarian regimes in the 20th century. She delved into the political, ideological, and social factors that contributed to the emergence of totalitarianism, focusing on Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. The Human Condition was published in 1958. Arendt's The Human Condition explored the nature of human existence, emphasizing the concept of action. She argued that human beings are defined by their capacity for action and interaction with the world. On Revolution was published in 1961. Arendt's The Human Arendt's On Revolution, critical examination of political revolutions with a focus on the American and French revolutions. Arendt distinguished between freedom from, identified as negative freedom, and freedom to, identified as positive freedom, and explored the role of violence in revolutionary movements. Idea of totalitarianism in the 20th century. The traditional thought of totalitarianism gives us the idea of a strong central rule which tries to control and redirect an individual's life through force and repression. Some of the examples that could be emerging in our minds from the brief history of totalitarianism might be Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union, Adolf Hitler of Nazi Germany, and Mao Zedong of the People's Republic of China. There are thousands of possible elements of totalitarianism. Loneliness is the essence of the terror, which is the production of totalitarianism. It is to note that isolation and loneliness are not the same. Modern totalitarianism uses the means of terror as its definition itself. Further, she says in totalitarianism, terror is not the means to end, but the end in itself. While we do not give in to the past, but should never reject or ignore the lessons that the past has demonstrated. Today, in the Indian context, we need to reflect this idea of totalitarianism. A nation dominated by one religious ideology, Hindutva becomes the goal of governing party politics. Food habits have been imposed on religious grounds. Today, here in India, people live in fear and terror, fear to practice the propagated ideals of our constitution. This is the idea of totalitarianism that Hannah Arendt speaks of. In totalitarian governance of the nation, the citizens feel like an alien to the society. An individual feels abandoned in his nation. Exploration of modernity and its implications for politics. For Arendt, modernity is the phase of elimination or the negation of the public sphere of speech and action. This modern age is known for governance through terror and violence. Modernity is marked by violence, which is the result of totalitarian terrorism. Plurality, in other words, diversity and freedom, have been replaced by homogeneity and the conformity of the totalitarians. Totalitarianism brings about the imposing of the ideas of uniformity. Totalitarianism is another form of taking away the individuality of the citizens of the nation. Two of the prominent key outcomes of modernity that Arendt senses are world alienation and earth alienation. These are the actual results of modernity. Arendt wants to reconstruct the self identity that comes with social identity, politics of free speech, where one has the freedom that is already embedded in the constitution, expression of every possibility, including choice of dress and the language of communication. Hannah beckons us to look at the horizons of public spaces, where one can express oneself as an individual identity. Totality and modernity are leading us far from the essential human nature. Morality and ethics become strange aspects of our lives. Consciousness becomes numb to the realities of society and at times to our neighbors. The other is looked at as a threat to one's life. Arendt's view on power and violence. Hannah Arendt, in her essay on violence, explains that power and violence are not the same thing. She says they are opposites. While one dominates completely, the other is absent. Violence shows up when power is at risk, but if violence continues,
it eventually makes power vanish. Arendt argues that the opposite of violence is nonviolence is not accurate. She believes that nonviolent power is a redundant idea because violence can destroy power but cannot build it. In simple terms, she suggests that power and violence do not go together, they clash, and real power does not rely on violence. Hannah Arendt explains that power is not just about acting, it is about people working together. When people cooperate and create rules and systems, that's power. This power comes from communicating and sharing ideas. When groups work together, they talk, persuade each other, plan together, and agree on how they will act together. This ability to act as a group comes from how well people talk and connect with each other. Arendt does not say power is only about talking. For example, she thinks the American War of Independence was powerful because it led to real changes. Sometimes using violence might be okay, like when a community needs to defend itself from outside dangers. But Arendt says the power to use violence comes from agreements and promises made by the community. In simple words, power starts when people communicate and work together. It stays strong when they keep talking and act together. Hannah Arendt does not give a clear definition of violence in her essay, but she mostly talks about actions that hurt or kill people or destroy important things. She thinks violence is about using tools or methods to make someone stronger and achieve a specific goal. Violence is always used as a way to reach an immediate end, and it follows a kind of rational thinking where the means justifies the goal. She believes no government can exist only through violence, but the same might be true for a government based only on power, depending on how we define these terms. The question that Arendt addresses is what has made man aggressive or dangerous animal on the planet? The ethical consciousness of the citizens is lost in the process of holding on to the power that equates with violence. The person to person relationship has become a far distant idea to conceive. Violence can never be the service to society as totalitarian regimes promulgate. When violence is used to achieve a specific goal, it can sometimes be turned into a critical force. But if a government or ruler only values violence for its own sake, it's hard to see it as a necessary evil. Hannah Arendt distinguished between two types of violence instrumental and expressive violence. Instrumental violence is the means to achieve a specific end or goal. It is often associated with those in power using force or coercion to achieve their objectives. This type of violence is calculated and purposeful, aimed at obtaining or maintaining power. Expressive violence, on the other hand, is not driven by rational purpose. It is impulsive and erupts from a deep emotions such as anger, frustration, or hatred. Expressive violence can occur at both individual and collective levels and is often associated with outbursts or riots. Hannah Arendt's concept of violence provides a valuable perspective on the interplay between power and violence. While power does have the capacity for violence, it can also be harnessed to prevent violence when it is exercised responsibly. Recognizing the distinctions between instrumental and expressive violence and striving for democratic and peaceful solutions can help societies navigate the complex relationship between power and violence more constructively. Application to the contemporary Indian situation. Today, India has fallen into the pit of confusion between power and violence. At this point of juncture, Arendt became a beacon to redirect ideologies and the definition of politics. In 2020, Ramnath Kovind, President of the nation, was not invited for the laying of the foundation stone for the new Parliament building of India. Is it just because he is untouchable? In 2023, the newly constructed Parliament building of India was inaugurated and the newly elected President of India, Draupadi Murmu, was not invited. Is it because the presence of a widow would defile the sacred ceremony? If this is the case for whom we consider as the first citizen of India, then what about the common people? This is a clear indication of the structural violence that every Indian goes through. And also, we heard what Father Rohit said in the morning. A part of the country which is struggling and the women are paraded naked has been unrecognized not only by the leaders of the country but also by most of the media and other entities. Member of the parliament, Brij Bhushan, who has been charged with sexual harassment by wrestlers, is still walking freely in the streets and town of the country. The one voices out against the government and points out the loopholes of the government being considered an anti-nationalist and being booked under the Sedition and the Unlawful Atrocities Prevention Act law without any investigation. Please note, here we do not forget our own Jesuit brother, Father Stani, who also gave his life because of being as anti-nationalist. Fundamentalism and saffronization around the country and the list of the atrocities against the citizens without whose cooperation power remains as a distinct idea is what India today is. Aren't calls for the radical liberation where the power is understood as collaboration. Aren't is inviting us to carefully look at the politics which is surging the violence in the structures of the society. Today, the purpose of our presentation is not to provide a solution, but to urge people to stand up to these injustices and violence. Arendt, like other philosophers or sociologists, does not provide a specific strategy of combating violence. Rather, she urges us to examine varied circumstances and encourages healthy collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Setu. The stage is now open for dialogue and clarifications. I request the presenters to come and occupy the seats on the dais.
Means with clarifications.
So we were asked to give a couple of takeaways. How come?
Because of the silence. Savio and Anila, your paper has been very interesting and bringing about the idea of dangerous memories. And I think it's a very important aspect that you're bringing out. I think Eucharist is also like that. It's that memory which revives, it's the memory that makes us continuously fight against the evil. and then now having the memories. So, a very interesting concept. I just want your opinion now. Memories and mythologies. Mythology. So, like in politics, normally, like Indira Gandhi was like a myth for all the common ones. So, therefore, Punjab, the five hands was like a myth, a symbolic figure. So, that memory always played a role. And now you're saying memories. So, do you see a similarity between your memories, as you're saying, increasing and creating myths? Creating myths. Could you give some reflection on that? Like Modi is now like a myth for people.
So, like Elizabeth Jellin said, we will tell stories to our children, and the individual memories will form in the matrix of communal memory. So, narratives will be passed on to the next generation. That is inevitable. Now, unless political actors are mindful, unless they are able to, like in the morning, the keynote address, Father had mentioned Simone Weil's decreation, I think. Unless they have the humility to step back and allow the greater law to take precedence, then inevitably, I believe what is called in Catholic spirituality the pride of life will take center stage, and personal myths larger than life will form. You don't have to take effort for that. It will form naturally because when you have to stay in power and when people are fawning upon you, and when the opposition is trying to pull you down at every opportunity, your ego will try to assert yourself. So it takes a politician of real humanistic caliber to step back from those myths. So the myths around Indira Gandhi, it helped her politically. No doubt she encouraged them. And however, no lie can sustain itself. Many overambitious political projects collapse under their own weight, which is how Indira Gandhi also had a Waterloo moment. And I think what Metz is trying to say is that there have been and there are attempts to create memories which are not dangerous memories. We could call them in the context of Hindutva violent memories, or it could be what he calls non-dialectical memories, which emphasize something, maybe the proletariat as the end of history, or a particular person or a particular ideology as the end of history. So when those are emphasized, myths like what you say will form, but they will inevitably collapse under their own weight. The only problem is sometimes the collapse comes too late and the damage has been too severe. Therefore, it becomes necessary to consciously cultivate dangerous memories.
Thank you and congratulations with the group. The topics and the presentation was really good. excellent and informative, and it was very philosophical also, I felt, and it is out of reach my understanding, whatever I now know the philosophy. Um, the question is not question, actually clarity, maybe. If for the first of all, for the second group, just for a very simple words, can you just say that what was the philosophy of, your philosopher you talked about, whether she's for violence or against violence, first of all, and is she or her philosophy is giving any solution to the your contemporary circumstances, context in India, or violence at all? So, in very simple, it was the philosophy, and this was her solution, or you applied. That is one. For the second group, the first group, the topic itself is very difficult for me personally to understand. Dangerous memories. Whatever I understand, memories actually is a very like a base for violence. Like you have a, memories that creates violence actually again and again till the time you are not able to resolve that, it comes again and again, and you tend to violate that person, violate that community, violate. So, like in context of India, the so many years the Indian countries or India was ruled by Islamic or so-called outsiders. So that memory is actually still, I think, they have no in Hindutva or whatever if you think that way. So that is actually chasing them or cannot forget. So what is very simple words? Can you clarify what is that actually exactly? Whether the memory is what you suggest to forget about the memory, or how can we that memory can be we can forget, or what is the actually solution? And that's my clarification. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One of is violence. You're asking what Anna Arendt speaks about violence. It is about which violence you speak. Is it an instrumental violence which is driven by the goal, or the other violence which is mentioned, expressive violence? Just you feel I want to fight and you fight. Is this the violence you speak? First, we have to characterize: is it goal-driven, goal-driven violence? If it is a goal-driven, independence violence which we fought, or the freedom fight which we fought, it was a goal-driven. So it is instrumental. So it bears fruit. And the philosophy which Anna Arendt speaks about collaboration, power and violence is not the same. Power comes through collaboration. Violence comes because of the one person wants to hold on to the power. Violence is the two extremes, violence and power. So she speaks about how power is not violence. That is the philosophy. And collaborative and cooperative power is the real actual power which we have to speak. But means of having violence means is not the power. Yeah.
So thank you for your question. Well, if if you have read Reginald Garibald-Legrand's book on the three ages of the interior life, when he talks about mental prayer, he says there is always a dialogue going on within oneself. When one is young, one thinks, dreams about the future. When one is middle aged, one is not sure about whether one is on the right path, the midlife crisis, and all that. When one is old, one has mostly regrets or satisfaction about the past. So his idea is that you offer that up to God and it becomes prayer. To make an analogy from that, memories are part of humanity. To give up memories is to risk being mechanized, or to risk being um, formed in the image and likeness of a logical or of a positivist view of humanity. Now, since you mentioned the context of Indian Hindutva, the Hindutva idea of how they dealt with memory, the blueprint can be found in Savarkar's book on who is the Hindu. He says that the Hindu is shaped by violence and it's inextricably linked with violence. His idea is that when the original Aryans came to India, they found the non-Hindus, they forcibly made them Hindus, and so Hindus were made out of violence. And the Hindus always in perpetual warfare with the non-Hindus. So that is the incidentally Savarkar was writing at the same time when Metz was talking about. He says the modern self is fragmented by the push and pull of buying and selling of the market, by the see when you look open a newspaper or just open a news website, you'll see a serious news article followed by an entertainment article. So that creates in you a sense of um, despair. So that is what the modern self is: market forces, forces of distraction. So Savarkar was writing when all this was emerging. So Savarkar was part of the modern fragmented self. And Metz says the fragmented self's idea of God is also therefore unreliable because it comes from the fragmented self. So Savarkar's idea of the Hindu as rooted in violence is also therefore an unreliable and unstable notion. That therefore memories will be there. What are you doing with memories? Are you making them violent memories? Or are you keeping in your heart the memory of your suffering, the suffering of all the generations before you, and the state of the heart of those who made you to suffer? And are you keeping all that in your heart as a whole, like Christ bore the weight of the sins of humanity? Are you bearing all that in your heart? And does that weight make you act politically? Or does that resentment make you act politically? So that is what it means to have dangerous memories. Dangerous memories are dangerous to the ego, dangerous to those in power, dangerous to yourself because it's an appellative memory. It calls you to come out of the ego, to come out of the resentment. Does that help? Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, especially the water. So I would like to just further clarification. In simple words, the title topic you have given was of dangerous memories as antidote. In simple words, in what sense it is an antidote? Is it teaching us learn from history, learn from memory what has happened, or is it a danger signal? Is no, are the danger signals? Be careful. Do you follow? Yeah, is there teaching us a lesson or giving us warning in the future?
In the sense that we are being given a narrative, we are offered something, we are lulled to sleep at the price of forgetting our suffering and the suffering of those before us. Maybe it could be a development agenda, it could be a new national, like in the morning they were talking about tribes. Tribes offer you a space, sense of belongingness. So you could be offered a sense of belongingness. You could be offered a piece of the nationalist agenda, the piece of development agenda. So when all these 20 pieces of silver are offered to you, will you take that or will you hold on to your what really matters? And how will you hold on to what really matters? Will it hold on in such a way that it makes you react with violence against violence? Or will you be able to react in a non-violent way? So, in that way, when we are the subject of violence and when remembering the sufferings of those who are the subjects of violence is in no way profitable, either market wise or news wise or entertainment wise or anything, then Like Viktor Frankl said, in the concentration camps, the only freedom available was the freedom to choose his attitude. Likewise, in a totalitarian regime, at one point, the only freedom available to man, to human beings, becomes the freedom to cherish the dangerous memories, so that you don't become violent like them, and you hold in your heart the possibility of something that is what these people have forgotten, which you can keep working for to realize.
Okay, thank you, all of you for even saying much for this service.
Wife. She jumped up and embraced him, and then settled on the couch to slowly and delicately unwrap the package. It contained a book entitled The Meaning of Dreams. So over to you. Over to you, Father Patrick. So if you have not understood, I can WhatsApp it.
So, dear friends, we are at the final juncture of our seminar. I'm sure all of you all have been filled with a lot of knowledge, lot of questions, and lot of information. As we know, our theme was basically on violence, shadows of power, and exploring violence. And I'm grateful to all the participants, the keynote address speaker, and all of you all present over here. So they have given their opinions. They have worked hard. In fact, 2 3 months they have been working hard on the paper, presenting their ideas. So many new ideas have come. So first of all, just to recollect, gathering fruits. It's also can be called as gathering fruits. So we will now just invite the participants to say two takeaway points from their paper. And after they have shared their two takeaway points, then I open it up for any questions you have. Let's have a meaningful, engaging discussion. We have only 20 minutes. I know we can have a lot of discussions after dinner when we have a nice session of sitting down together. But let us make it, because Plato always believed in dialogue. And I think as philosophers, we need to speak it out. Just because you have understood doesn't mean you have understood. Unless and until you can make it a question, you have not yet understood the thing. So, unless and until anybody, therefore, I always say in a class, if you are not able to question, you have not understood my class. So, therefore, unless and until you don't make a question now, you have not made it fruitful for yourself. So, therefore, I invite you afterwards to at least one or two questions to engage in a panel discussion, and let us see what is the way forward you can ask. Okay, so I invite any one of you to begin with just 2 points on your paper. What is the takeaway for us?
Okay, so good evening to all of you. The the two takeaway points that I I cherish in the paper that we have presented is uh, John Rawls talks about the community engagement. He says that if there is any disparity between two communities, the communities are supposed to come together and discuss whatever the matter be, and that is going to be resolved. The second one that I would like to share with you is he talks about just society. That means everyone should have equal opportunity. Well, but also emphasizes on uh, the privilege for the for those people who have got less privileged. For instance, he says all are given equal opportunity, but if someone is dumb, he is not able to speak, should be given extra opportunity. He should be given extra privilege. Then only we can form a just society.
Thank you very much, Sushil.
So here I would like to present here the two takeaways that I would present to the community here. The first one is the atrocities faced by the women. It is psychologically, emotionally, and physically. That the other group they presented the violence caused by the memories, especially whatever the memories and the if incident that happened in our life that carry a long lasting scars in our life. So especially as a woman, so being because of being a woman, whatever the difficulties that they face, emotional damage or sexual harassment or the domestic violence, whatever they face, it is like we don't feel that it is affecting them, and it's without knowing it is imposed on them because just being a woman. It's like the other takeaway that I would like to present is the representation of women in the movies. Some of the movies that very beautifully bring out the emotional damage that have been done to women, especially the recent movie about the Great Indian Kitchen, and it is in Tamil also it is there, and it's Malayalam movie, and where the character the in the first opening scenes it will be repeated again and again. It's like the routine, everyday routine of a women in a home, like getting up, cleaning the house, washing the dishes, cooking, and sleeping. Again in the morning, getting up, washing the dishes, cooking. So these issues are taken as routine life of a woman. But how much that's imposed and creates emotional damage on women is not notified by many people. But these movies are one of the very beautiful tools that bring out the violence that's imposed on women. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's another aspect you're showing about violence, not only happening in communities, but also it's a gender violence, which is very important.
Yeah. Two takeaway points from our talk is a famous philosopher Jürgen Habermas says he emphasized the role on public sphere. It is where like this where we can have a rational, open, and inclusive discourse. Now the thing is, can we as intellectuals, can we do this? Can we have open public sphere in our mission places, in our institutions, where people come together, share, understand exactly what we are doing right now? So can we have this? The second thing is Antonio Gramsci emphasized the role of organic intellectuals in developing alternative ideological narratives to the fake narratives that is being promoted in the society. Now, we as intellectual, can we involve in critical thinking, critically analyzing and critically promoting the unity and the richness of diversity that comes with unity? And can we use the various means like media, literature, and arts to promote this? That's the 2 points.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, in our seminar paper titled The Historical Analysis of Political Genocides and Violence Being Used as Political Tool, we delve into different genocide case studies, especially the Cambodian and Rwandan genocide. Then we move forward into the Indian context where we talked about entangled ideologies, then the importance of propaganda and profound impact of the human rights. So the historical awareness is very much important to prevent the future genocides. We should we should take the lessons from the past in order to prevent the future genocides. Also, we At the end of our research paper, we propose two solutions, that is John Rawls' impartiality principle and Hannah Arendt's call for political action. So, in order to demolish us versus them mentality, we need to foster inclusiveness. We need to challenge the stereotypes and also to celebrate the different cultures.
Thank you. Savio's paper has already been fresh in our memories, so I don't think so. We need a lot of time for explanation.
So I'd like to give you two concrete points. During these last 2 weeks, I was discussing our paper with two of our professors. Incidentally, both of them Jesuits. And first, one of them suggested, Father Dhoni, he pointed out to me that the agenda of the Hindutva forces in India is not really a local agenda. They want to spread a kind of apprehension and fear about the other at a national level. Therefore, when you work to conserve what is locally important, it could be your culture, it could be your language, it could be your folk art forms, it could be a political discussion, it could be something that is local, which also Vaclav Benda spoke about. The parallel police would be of necessity limited and local. When the local gains power and prominence and becomes an important fact of your life, then automatically these overarching narratives of the other, the demonizing the other, they become irrelevant to us. That is the first point. And the second point, I believe Father Lindsay studied here. So he was telling me that when he was here, they had a book club or some kind of book discussion group here. So that would be an example of a trench in the parallel police, which is worthy of conserving and developing, because the small discussions that you have in your little book club or cultural group here, taken together, compounding, and what emerges from it, if you look at it from the perspective of chaos theory, the emergent force of that would be an effective counter to what they try to impose from a top-down manner. So what comes from the grassroots, the little efforts that you do from the grassroots could be a much more lasting and much more deeply reaching civilizing force than the imposed top-down cultural narratives.
Thank you, Savio.
Wants to radicalize education and use it as a means for violence, you can easily counter it if you impart two things. One is an egalitarian view where everyone is equal, and second thing is inclusiveness, because these two things don't go hand in hand with their theories. Now, something that is important from what our brother Valang shared is that the community helped him. And that is why it is not only important for the child to be formed, but also the community plays a very important role, because they are the ones who can stand up for the children, because the children cannot stand up for themselves. So I feel that if the community is aware and if the child is encouraged to think critically, inclusively, and in an egalitarian value, then easily radicalization of education can be countered. Thanks.
Thank you, Rohan. Our paper explored about the nexus between politics, fear, and violence. And to put in one sentence, it is fear as the root cause of violence, or fear as the triggering force behind violence. And first point, it is the fear of becoming insignificant or dominated over other community can trigger violence, such as demographic shift and political representation or resource sharing. And the second point is this political fear, it does not come from a pure vacuum. It is created and maintained
by for political gain by political parties, ethnic groups, and the corporates. And the need of the hour is to debunk these fears, to debunk these false narratives and exaggerated fear. Thank you.
So I just request you all when the questions. Thank you very much, Nitin. Just that when you're coming, just come in the center because the camera has to get you all. Otherwise, this angle, the camera has to come that side.
Uh, Two takeaways that I would our myself and Setu wants to give it. One is power, politics, and violence. Three are very integrated and very much integral part of our lives. Sometimes we worry about the violence and forget power and politics have played a very much role in this violence. And the sub theme that goes, politicians may use violence to remain in power. The politics may use violence to remain in power. These two very much careful about where we fall about power, politics, and violence.
And what is real power? Thanks, Kiran.
I hope I'm not covering the screen so that we can see the title there. Uh, okay. So, title will come now. Our paper discusses on mimetic violence. So, mimetic violence is present wherever there is a collective violence or conflict. So, that is the first insight that I want to give. And the second insight is how do you overcome this mimetic violence? Be aware of your desires. What is your desires? So that vengeance doesn't lead to another vengeance. This is according to Rene Girard. So become aware of your violence so that vengeance doesn't give birth to another vengeance and this fight doesn't go on and off always. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
So the two takeaway points which I would like to say is one is evolved and one is we need to evolve. As our conclusion paper said, are we still stuck to our evolutionary past? So we have had a violent past. So we need to learn from that. And today's construct, in earlier, one continent did not consider people from one continent did not consider the other continent people as same species, humans. But now we call ourselves as human beings and humanitarian values are growing. So we have evolved to this state and we no more need violence. And the next point is we need to evolve. As we see, we are still violent. We need to evolve to that, if possible, to the altruism.
So a lot of ideas from Yuval Harari that you bring in, Homo sapien, which is a very interesting point that you are speaking about. So we have seen the points that I have given. If any questions you have for the panelist over here, just to have a dialogue. So I open it up for you all. We have another 5 minutes or 7, 8 minutes. So please put forth your questions so that we can have a meaningful discussion and end this session. Okay, so we have two, three. Owen is there and Princeton is there. Princeton and Owen. So anybody? Okay.
This time, but I'll tell it fast. Why do we easily hold on to a totalitarianistic worldview? Why do people easily hold on to totalitarianistic worldview? And the second question is about when they say finance inherently in us, is it because of the advancement of technology so much and our mind are still stone age mind, the our mind are not able to comprehend with the so much fast technology. So these are the two questions. So the first question is about totalitarianism. Anybody would like to answer that? Wow, it's so easy to become. I think it's a philosophical question. It's easy to hide in a crowd than to stand out. So, anybody would like to answer?
Uh, what I feel is, see, when you are in a herd, you feel safe. Not everyone would have a self esteem which is strong enough to stand for themselves. And if you go into any school, you can easily see this. So I think when people in their upbringing, they easily get influenced, not all, but most, I would say. So when everyone is moving in one direction, it becomes easy to move in that direction. But when you are aware and when you yourself, like the dangerous memories, when you yourself have faced something, that makes you think that is this like, if I feel like this, then what would he feel or she feel? And that is when things start to change. That is when the philosophical attitude comes in, when something hurts you, when something troubles you, and then you start questioning. And if you have the courage to stand up, that is when, as you said, going against the tide, that attitude will only develop, I feel, at that point of time.
Much wider inherently because of the fast advancement of technology and our mind sustain us to decline. Okay, so is it because we have become violent because we are rapidly evolving? What do you say?
Uh, Actually, hello. See, actually, this when we rapidly evolve, we become less violent. Example, violence has reduced from the past. Earlier, there were a lot of tribal this one, but now the violence is reduced because of the tendency towards we. You brought in the point of technology. I did not understand that. One, what
This was precisely what Metz was trying to address in talking about memories. For him, truth, when he asked the question, what is truth? Is it something that can be defined in the abstract? Or is truth one thing and relevance another? He proposed that truth and relevance are identical in the sense that truth is what is relevant for all human beings, both dead and alive, which includes the victims of violence. And he is very clear that no amount of progress made by the current generation can compensate for the violence, the injustice, and the hurt that the previous generations have undergone. Which is why it is important to keep that memory. You can't say, yeah, in the past that injustice was there, but now we have learned and we have moved on. So we are better now. No, we are all equally guilty. And the past is still a burden for us. Those people who died under injustice, without getting a resolution, without closure, that burden should still be borne by us. And that should make us continue to act. Because unless you are vigilant, you will become unjust. Just like your predecessors were unjust. Even if you by any chance manage to create a beautiful political dispensation in which there is justice and equality and things like that for everyone, there is no guarantee you won't become unjust and dictatorial in future. And from a secular perspective, from a purely naturalistic perspective, the anamnestic reason, or what might call dangerous memories, would help ensure that holding the memories of those who suffered will ensure that you would not become a monster in your own turn. Theologically, he adds the fact that God is the God of the living and the dead. And God will ensure that every human being will find justice. And that is the memory he bids us to keep in our, as a theologian, that is the memory he bids us to keep in our minds. So that is what should inspire each and every one of our actions, political actions especially, and how we see other human beings. Habermas, though an atheist, he found inspiration in this fact.
Thank you, dear Father Patrick. I request Scholastic Pratap to introduce Father Francis D'Souza, the Registrar of Sacred Heart College, Satyanilayam, who would be giving his concluding remarks.
Uh, Dear fathers, sisters, and my dear companions, good evening to you all. Good evening. As we draw the curtain on this special day filled with inspiration and insights, it is my honor to introduce the brilliant mind who will provide the concluding remarks, bringing this event to a crescendo. Father Francis, Father Francis' journey has been one of service and leadership, having directed various institutions such as the Center for Integral Rural Welfare, Loyola Vikas Kendra, and the Indian Social Institute, currently as a registrar and finance officer at Sacred Heart College, Chennai. He continues to inspire and support us in the academic excellence. His dedication to social work has not gone unnoticed, earning him the Tipu Sultan Award for Social Work in 2022. Without further delay, let us put our hands together and welcome Father Francis.
Dear friends, there was a politician who started to speak. And during the course of his speech, one fellow got up from the audience and took a stick and was going up and down. The politician thought, something wrong? Just called him, is there something wrong? Are you? He said, no, 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 nothing, nothing, nothing. He continued his speech. After some time, again he was from the audience walking with a stick aggressively. This fellow got frightened. Is there anything wrong? Something? No, 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 no. He said, no, no, nothing is nothing. And finally, the politician could not resist asking him it because he was going up and down aggressively, asking, is there anything wrong? Should I stop? No, 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 no. You continue. It's not your fault. I am searching for the one who called you to speak. So you should take a stick and go to Patrick and Pradeep. Dear friends, from morning onwards till evening, we had a heady mixture of cocktail to arouse our intellectual curiosity. We were served with variety of dishes to look into different aspects of violence, power, and the philosophical aspects. The keynote address dwelt on variety of violence and its politics. The personal experience of Scholastic Marconi opened our eyes to the impact of violence on innocent people. Sister Angel Dipti and Princeton spoke on the genocide as a political tool, giving numerous examples from history. Genocides occurred in different parts of the world among many nations. Tommy and Rohan shared how violence is perpetuated against a community through education, twisting the facts, rewriting history books, and tweaking the contents to suit one's ideology. Then Suman and Agil try to explore whether we are inherently violent in nature. They try to pinpoint inherent tendencies towards aggression. They expose the evolutionary, biological, and psychological theories to show why human beings act aggressive towards each other. Sister Vilnisha and Roshan spoke of the gender based violence in society and in families, and how the societal structures and values have given kind of legitimacy to this violence against women. The objectification of women through media is a classic case of these values instilled among young minds. Then David and Anderson explained that fear is a catalyst for political ideology with the example of Manipur. Ovid and Jeevan explained the fascist ideology, its origin, and its impact on Indian population and how it affects the lives of the marginalized groups, the Dalits, the Adivasis, and the minorities. John and Matthew, John K. Matthew and Divij exposed the Canadian prince, the perspective of mimetic violence and applied it to Ayodhya violence. Paul and Sushil explained how we can move from violence to fair and just society, citing the violence in Manipur, its causes, and possible solutions. Sister Nila Wilson and Paul Nirmal Savio explained the feasibility of dangerous memories as a non-violent antidote to evil in contemporary Indian politics. He used Hindutva ideology, its growth over the centuries, over the decades, to give the example and how it affects the large population of India. And finally, Setu and Kiran exposed Hannah Arendt's political philosophy and its relevance in understanding the contemporary socio-political issues.
They explained how totalitarianism affected the world. Dear friends, as I look back from morning till evening, there are a few things I would like to say. I was thinking those expositions the presenters made a wonderful presentation. There was a gradual expansion of ideas and thoughts. I found that all the presenters were down to earth. Though they were philosophical in nature, they gave the concrete examples, the current issues, to explain in detail the impact of these ideologies. All the presenters were excellent communicators. I found them very nice and excellently they communicated. I found that those articles were well researched articles. There was a flow in while they were presenting these articles. There was no confusion at all. They were very clear in their minds. It shows that they have well researched, they have discussed it well, and they were clear and to the point. The PPTs were well prepared and then presented. I felt that it was a very good exposition on violence, power, and the politics. I was from yesterday. I was I was sometimes reflecting on in India especially, at what are the root causes of this violence in India. It occurred to me that when we consider India, the root cause of violence started when the Aryans invaded India. The Aryans were a nomadic people, they were pastoral people, they were dacoits. They invaded India and destroyed the Sindhu River as civilization. The violence began at that time. And from that time, around 3,500 years ago, it began, it continued. It continues even now. Thus, so therefore, the Aryans have perpetuated this violence in the form of caste system. I felt many groups have brought out this aspect of the caste system. How caste system is prevalent in India, in a way promotes violence, especially the marginalized groups. I feel that the root cause of this violence in India is a Brahminical ideology. Brahmins would like to have their their position secured. As the marginalized groups, they are awakened as they feel that they have been enslaved by the upper caste for centuries. When there is more and more awakening, I feel that they are threatened. They just, as you know, they're just 3.5%, but they control the whole of India. You take any political party, it is they who control. You take Congress, BJP, CPI, or Mamata, any political party, it is controlled by the Brahmins, for 3.5%. So therefore, a minority community is given too much of power. And because of this, there is the violence kind of happens. Now, because of the education and awakening that is happening among the marginal communities, there is a resistance. There has been resistance over the centuries. All the subsects of Hinduism, take Buddhism, Jainism, or Lingayatism, or Sikhism, are all against this Brahminical culture, against this domination of ritualistic culture. These are kind of rebellious uh, uh, kind of religions who fought against Brahminical dominance. But somehow, the Brahminic religion is in such a way that it absorbs everything. They killed all the bhikkhus and sent them away to Sri Lanka and other places, and they have absorbed them into part of their culture. This is what happens when the small group of people try to control the every life of India. I feel a change can be possible When there is an awakening in the marginalized groups, it takes a lot of time. That awakening that they're enslaved by these groups, they're taken for granted for so many centuries. It is not easy. That awakening has to go by constant conscientization, constant awareness. They're enslaved through spiritually. Their gods are taken away. They cannot go to the temples, and they have to earn. So whatever they had earned, they have to give to the temples. Their work is not recognized. The gender based issues, everything we have, all this violence is there, and they have based it in the scriptures. So that's why Ambedkar spoke about annihilation of caste. Unless this caste is annihilated, completely removed, violence will not be removed. You take, for example, Owen spoke about RSL. You spoke about the RSS. Who are these RSS? It is started by the Chitpavan Brahmins in Pune. All the Sarasanga Chalaks are Brahmins. They're mostly from Chitpavan Brahmins. It's controlled by them. They have a wing for the traders, BJP. They have a wing Shudras, SCSTs. They use them to terrorize others. In communal violence, there is no communal violence without the presence of RSS. If there is no RSS, there is no communal violence. So every communal violence you take Kandamal, you take even anti-Sikh riots in 1984. RSS was involved. They work in such a way that their actions are not seen. This is a problem with that. They are not seen. Brahmin will never be seen. He will only put the poison and go away. So therefore, when there's 85% SCSTs, OBCs, the OBCs are 52% of the population. The RSS, the Brahmins are not afraid of Muslims and Christians. They're not afraid. They know they're very few percent. They're afraid of only these 52% OBCs. They form the junk of the population. Now, how to kind of Hinduize them, how to bring them together is the only way to show that our religion is in danger. The OBCs are not Hindus. They are Lingais, they are Yadavas, they're different people. So therefore, the Brahmins have in a way changed the wording so that all become kind of Hindus. A Brahmin will never say he is a Hindu. Will always say he is a Brahmin. So therefore, this is the group which in a way controlling India, the judiciary, the important posts in India, unless the masses are getting to know that they were enslaved by this group and they have to come out of the shackles. It's not easy. Then a liberation could be possible. You have given so many instances how the liberation could be achieved. Take, for example, the issue of at Manipur violence. Many have given that. The main reason was that the Meitei group wanted to have ST status, and one RSS governor accepted the application. We know that the two groups who are actively involved in organized crime, like Meitei Lepun and the Arambai Tengor, these are two groups which are affiliated to RS. They organize this mass extermination of these cookies. The Pramod Singh of Meitei Lepun has publicly stated in the interview with Karan Thapar, our job is to exterminate cookies, exterminate, genocide. So therefore, it is because he is in a way cultivated by RSS, the Brahminical forces. So my dear brothers and sisters, so my dear friends, it is once people become aware of this position and the 85% of this population come together and fight against these structures, the structures which in a way do not liberate them, the clutches of these. Once they come out of these clutches, I'm sure there is going to be good news for everyone. I would like to thank especially for everyone for giving this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. I've seen the impact of this caste system in all the places where I had lived. I lived the impact of the caste system. They will not allow the oppressed caste to come up in life. Always there is domination. They have to serve under them. So once they realize their inner potential, once they realize that they can be good human beings without the help of this one, without the help of these Brahmins and the Brahmin forces, the new world is possible. Thank you very much.
Angel to give a small token of gratitude to Father Francis. This we have but a platform for encouraging the creativity of all. So a few competitions were held with the theme of the seminar, the shadow of power. I now request Father Valley Mendoza announce the prizes.
Dear friend, dear friends, at the end of this ZETESIS on violence and politics, I am asked to do the most difficult task. It is to do violence. Doing violence by eliminating people, which Robin was talking this morning. The JD guests may not know I am a simple, humble, and non-violent person. Yeah, that proves, yes. And imagine such a non-violent person is given this task to do violence. But what to do? I am a obedient Jesuit. So, in obedience to the organizers and in accordance with the power that is given to me by the organizers, let me read out or announce the winners of the competition. Now, it was not an easy task again. When there are so many entries, it is difficult to choose 3 entries. So our organizing team had to use the AI tool called SNGPT to select the winners. So let me generate the SNGPT winners list. Hey SNGPT, please generate the winners list for painting competition, meme competition, and photography competition. Yeah, it's generating. Yes. Because it has to use SN Wi-Fi to do that. Of course, again, JD guest may not know in the whole of assistancy, SN Satyanilayam has the best internet. Father Rector, at the end of this, if some of them decide to stay here for philosophy, I am not responsible. Okay. Now, since the list is generated, first the painting competition. Again, so many entries. 3 entries are generated by the SNGPT. I invite Father Principal Lawrence Fernandez to come and give us the prizes. Third prize goes to Sagaya. Is SNGPT working? If something goes wrong, Valley must be responsible always. Congratulations, Sagaya. And the second prize goes to Pankaj Murmu. The first prize goes to Dixon De Silva of Haiti. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Now I invite Francis to give away the prizes. Yes, Francis D'Souza, yes. Give away the prizes for. Is it Francis? No? Yes. Let me check with the ChatGPT again. Yes. Francis, please. It is meme competition. Yes, scholastics are known for meme competitions. There were so many entries for the last 1 month. Again, very difficult, but still we were managed to choose the SNGPT. The third prize goes to Pradeep D'Souza. And the second prize goes to Vimal Raj. We have to blame the community days for this. And the first prize goes to Rudolph D'Souza. Oh my God. I thought, thank you, Francis. I thought I was doing violence here by eliminating people. It looks like violence has been done on me. At the cost of me, he is getting the prize. Of that, 50% should come to me. Otherwise, I am teaching 2 courses, remember. Just 50% less. Okay. Now, finally, the photography competition. I request Father Rector to come and give away the prizes. Third prize goes to Alex Melvin Xavier. He is already holding the camera there. You can come with the camera. And the second prize goes to the one who is holding the camera now, Sasi Kumar. And the first prize goes to, any guesses? The one and the, oh, not the one and the only, the flute man who is also a cameraman, Rata. Thank you very much. Thank you, Father Woli. There was supposed to be one more prize, which is for me, but the organizers are not giving. So let me close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Valley. And thank you for becoming the reason for my victory, a vital reason. So thank you. May I now request Father Donington and Father Patrick to give away the certificates to the presenters and congratulate them for investing their time and energy into research and analysis. I request the audience to appreciate their efforts with applause. As the names are announced, I request the presenters to come and collect their certificates.
First, Marconi for his personal sharing. Sister Angel Deepti and Prince Deepa. Next, Tommy Isaac Bailey, Romine. Even Jesus and Hagrid. Next. Sister Vilnisha Borges and Hiroshan Cruz. Next, David Matthew and Nathan James. And Jeevan Kishore. Maria Dev G and John Matthew. Paul and Sushil Hansda. Sister Anila Wilson and Nirmal Savya Paul.
finally, Elios Das Sethu and Kiran Alan Brackwood. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, dear Father Patrick and Father Dolichin, for giving away the certificates. Patrick and Dolichin give certificates to others. So we want to say thank you to Patrick and Dolichin as well. The vote of thanks later is there soon after this. But on behalf of Sacred Heart called Satyanilayam, we want to say thank you and honor the two great men who work behind the scenes to see that it all goes well. Dolichin, please come forward, and I invite the registrar to honor him with the Ponade. Yes. The man who works strenuously to say all goes well is our very dear Patrick. So let me have the pleasure to honor Patrick with a Ponade. Begin. Father Lawrence.
I now call upon Scholastic Maria Divic to express his sentiments on behalf of Jnana Deepa community.
எல்லாம் புகழும் இறைவனுக்கு, which means all praise to God. So an eminent speaker or personality questions like this: what is our life if we don't express gratitude? What is our life if we don't express gratitude? So now don't get busy googling who this eminent person is. That is me, none other than the most unholy trinity, I, me, myself. So at this juncture, I want to express for a list of persons my gratitude. Father Boniface Panna, the rector of Satyanilayam; Father Lawrence Fernandez, principal of Sacred Hearts College; Dr. Dolichin, the staff coordinator for JD; Father Patrick Arukya Raja, convener of SNJD Seminar; and Father Francis D'Souza, registrar of Satyanilayam; and Father Francis Gonzalez, Jnana Deepa President; Father Nishant Irudayadasan, Dean of Philosophy of Jnana Deepa; then Father Claudius, the Treasurer of Jnana Deepa, for being with us and guiding us in every step. So, and special thanks to the organizing committee under the able leadership of Scholastic Arokya Pradeep. So, thanks for being with us and guiding us. As I move out of this ZETESIS, I carry with me three simple and profound words, which I am borrowing from today's keynote speaker's address: courage, comfort, and hope. I call upon each one of you to carry within yourself this courage, comfort, and hope to the world that is in despair due to violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Divic, for sharing your sentiments. May I now request Scholastic Arokya Pradeep to propose the vote of thanks.
You all must be wondering why I'm roaming around with this file, not even opening and coming and appearing on the stage. And the time comes now. I would like to begin with these lines. Last night, around 12 o'clock, when I just reminded that I have to give word of thanks, and I remembered these lines. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. A famous quote from Martin Luther King Jr., delivered in 1963. That exact sentiment resonates with me as a coordinator, not finishing the program, but giving a new beginning on the theme, the shadow of power, philosophical perspectives on violence. I stand here with deep sense of gratitude towards God for the success of the ZETESIS SNJD Seminar 2023. It is just a day event, but it demanded a lot of energy and time for the meticulous planning and execution of the program in a more systematic and serious philosophical ambience. It all ended on a perfect note just because of our Satyanilayam and Jenny family members. And here, starting with our fatherly figure, Father Rector Boniface Pana SJ, our ever encouraging principal, Father Loris Fernandez SJ, our smiling star and registrar of the Institute, Father Francis D'Souza SJ, and our man of Magis, always yes, Father Tony Raj, the minister of Satyanilayam, and all other faculty and community members. Thank you, fathers, for your love, support, and blessings. I also thank the conveners, Father Patrick Orokiraj SJ and Father Dolice SJ, for their painstaking effort to make this day possible and memorable by encouraging the budding philosophers to be knowledgeable scholars in their research work. Thank you, fathers. Like the bride and the bridegroom are necessary beings for a marriage, our dear heroes and heroines here with the paper presentation were indispensable. Hats off to you, friends, for your powerful performance and scholarly presentations. You were all simply outstanding and just like. Finally, I thank my dear committee members. Hope they don't ring bell for me. Pratap, Sumit, Ajay Matthews, Sanjeev, and Rudolph for making this day meticulously memorable. I'm simply taken up by your togetherness and team spirit. Special thanks to the media team who has made this a more international one, headed by Scholastic Sasikumar, my lovable director, Vimal Raj, and Melvin, along with Scholastic Augustine and Nelson Hasapurti for the audio and hall arrangement, and our Scholastics Rion, Pradeep, and Kelsai, our office staffs Melvin and Shakti for all the logistics, and finally, our kitchen team headed by Scholastic Ajit for the sumptuous and delicious meals. As the day started with a philosophical perspective of violence and politics, everyone has presented. And now, here what I am giving as we are in the evening program is a very simple message. Let us go in peace, let us be at peace, and let us be the messengers of peace until we all rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Pradeep. We are finally concluded this day. So it's been a great day, and thank you for bearing with us, with all the organizers, along with Pradeep. And now let's stand up for Angelus, after which we shall proceed towards the refectory. Mary, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Behold the handmaid of the Lord. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. and the Word was made. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God. Let us pray. Wherefore, who beseech you, O Lord, give grace into our hearts, that we, the only incarnation of Christ, your Son, was made known by the message of an angel, by the cross, God, the glory of his resurrection, with the same Christ our Lord, Son, and of the Holy Spirit, and bon appetit.